From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang Kepala rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mercer Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
1 Oktober 2025, hari baru bagi perumahan jelajah basikal Petronas Letua di Langkawi 2025. Keindahan pantai di Batu Buruk di Kuala Terengganu akan menjadi lokasi dan juga destinasi permulaan hari ini, iaitu peringkat yang ke-4 perlumbaan yang akan melalui perjalanan sejauh 100 km di mana mereka akan bermula di Kuala Terengganu dan akan berakhir di Kemaman. 3 zon penjutan dan juga 1 zon pendakian. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, saya Kepala akan bersama dengan anda hari ini untuk hari yang ke-4, peringkat yang ke-4 perlumbaan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN, dipancarkan secara langsung di saluran Astro Arena 801, 802 dan juga di YouTube dan juga di Facebook MSN dan juga LTDL. Jangan lupa hashtag Beat The Hit untuk setiap posting anda di mana-mana laman media sosial milik anda sendiri. Okey, baik. Macam biasa, saya ditemani oleh adik Usaini Osman.
Selamat pagi bang. Hari keempat.
Dah separuh perjalanan lah.
Dah separuh perjalanan. Halfway bang.
Halfway dah. Okey, baik. Kita nak lihat kedudukan setakat ini selepas tamat peringkat yang ketiga perlumbaan, di mana pelumba daripada Itali untuk pasukan Astana, iaitu Matteo Malucelli, terus unggul berada di tangga yang teratas untuk JC hijau Petronas JC keseluruhan dengan 9 jam 57 minit 59 saat. Dia meninggalkan Alan Blikla dan juga rakan pasukannya Alan Gate di tempat kedua dan juga tempat yang ketiga. Dan untuk klasifikasi Raja Pecut, JC Oren masih lagi milik Matteo Malucelli, tapi hari ini Ivy Decline akan menjarum JC tersebut. Dan kemudiannya kita nak tengok siapakah Raja Bukit semalam. Ini dia pelumba daripada pasukan World Team daripada Picnic Post NL, iaitu Patrick Eddy berjaya merampas JC Paul Cadot, Bubbles O2, Jambajan Saimbaya juga menduduki tempat yang kedua tapi mata yang sama. Jadi apakah hari ini dia mampu untuk mengekalkan JC tersebut? Sementara itu Vadim Promski, pelumba TSG, berjaya untuk merampas JC putih daripada rakan pasukannya Nur Aiman Rosli. Jadi itu cerita mengenai JC rebutan selepas tamat peringkat yang ketiga perlumbaan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Sebelum kita bicara dengan lebih lanjut, tim pasukan media daripada Majlis Sukan Negara ada pakej istimewa untuk anda saksikan. Jom sama-sama kita tuntut.
Peringkat ketiga PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 menyajikan cabaran sejauh 198.2 km, menjadikannya antara laluan paling mencabar untuk edisi kali ini. Peringkat ini bukan sahaja menuntut ketahanan tinggi tetapi juga strategi yang tepat dalam mengawal rentak dan juga tenaga untuk sepanjang perlumbaan. Debaran di garisan penamat pada peringkat ketiga bukan sahaja tertumpu kepada siapa yang akan menjadi juara, tetapi juga siapa yang berjaya menamatkan perlumbaan dalam had masa yang ditetapkan. Cabaran merentasi banjaran titiwangsa menyaksikan Peloton berpecah kepada sekurang-kurangnya 4 kumpulan utama. Ketua Pegawai Operasi LTDL, Emir Abdul Jalal menyifatkan peringkat ini sebagai second queen stage yang telah mengubah dinamik perlumbaan.
Ya, kita yang ni dipanggil second queen lah. Maksud dia perlumbaan yang kedua paling sukar, dan kita nampak tadi bila kita pecah kepada 4-5 grup tu memang sukar lah. Memang betul. Dan cuma yang kami tak begitu menjangkakan adalah Malucelli masih lagi mampu untuk duduk dalam kumpulan sprint. Macam apa yang berlaku di Baling tahun 2023, kumpulan utama sprinters memang tak ada dalam tu. Yang dalam podium peringkat pertama dan peringkat kedua tak ada. Jadi kali ini bila Malucelli ada di situ, memang dia ni memang special rider lah. Kita katakan dia special rider.
Namun dalam kesukaran itu, kejutan berlaku apabila pelumba veteran Alexander Christoph yang membuktikan kelasnya dengan berjaya menamatkan saingan di tempat kedua, hanya sedikit di belakang pemenang.
Apa yang begitu menarik adalah bila kita melihat kelibat Alexander Christoph cuba untuk mencapai the milestone 100 lah. Tapi gagal hari ini, dia hanya berada di tempat kedua untuk collect dia punya 99 stage wins. Tapi malang sekali bagi dia.
Walaupun kedudukan keseluruhan jersey hijau tidak banyak berubah, drama peringkat ketiga pastinya memberi kesan psikologi kepada pasukan-pasukan menjelang satu lagi cabaran pendakian getir ke Fraser Hill pada Khamis.
Memang kalau kita lihat sekarang ni pun Malucelli, kalau tengok dia punya lead pun semakin berkurangan lah. Tapi kita jangkakan yang Malucelli dan kumpulan seperti Breakaway dan yang lain-lain tadi tu memang mereka sukar lah kalau kita nak lihat mereka memenangi peringkat di Fraser Hill. Jadi masih lagi kita akan jangka yang climbers akan conquer Fraser Hill lah. Jadi strategi masih lagi sama. Cuma kita tengoklah sebab sejauh mana tim climber ni dapat meninggalkan kelompok-kelompok yang berada di kategori 10 terbaik dalam GC kita.
Peringkat ketiga menampilkan 3 zon pendakian di Gerik, Sri Banding dan Puncak Titiwangsa, selain zon pecut di Jeli, Bukit Bunga dan Macang.
Imer Abdul Jalal, CEO untuk PETRONAS Seletori Langkawi 2025. Terima kasih kepada tim media Majlis Sukan Negara MSN. Okey, baik. Sebelum kita bicara mengenai stage ataupun peringkat yang keempat yang akan bermula dari Kuala Terengganu hingga ke Kemaman, saya dan juga adik usaha ini kita nak recap semula lah untuk peringkat yang ketiga semalam. Sebelum tu saya nak kongsi sikit, mungkin ramai yang tak perasan semalam. Untuk race semalam daripada Greek ke Pasir Putih 198.2 km, ada seramai 5 orang pelumba DNF tak dapat menamatkan perlumbaan atas beberapa faktor. Kemudian Arvid Declan, di manakah kedudukan beliau? Semalam saya kata 97, tetapi untuk finalnya Arvid Declan menamatkan aksi semalam di tempat yang ke-95, ketinggalan 15 minit di belakang pendahulu. Dan kemudian Nur Aiman Rosli di tempat yang ke-91, sementara itu Harif Saleh menamatkan perlumbaan di tempat ke-115 malam dengan ketinggalan 37 minit di belakang pendahulu. Walau bagaimanapun dia tetap menamatkan kayuhan. Okey, adik usaha ini nampak semalam memang teruk maksudnya bukanlah teruk daripada segi kayuhan, tetapi laluan yang sukar semalam. Kedua terpanjang, 3 zon pendakian mengakibatkan ramai pelumba-pelumba sprinter ni. Contohnya semalam yang tinggalan jauh.
Betul, Akbar. Sudah pasti semalam peringkat ketiga daripada Gerik ke Pasir Putih merupakan peringkat kedua terpanjang untuk edisi ke-29 kali ini. Jadi semalam pun kalau kita lihat, even Arvid Declan pun dia berada bersama tim Pro Tour pun, dia pun drop dekat Gerik. Bermakna climb dekat Malaysia ni memang orang cakap memang bukan mudah lah untuk pelumba-pelumba daripada Eropah seperti Arvid Declan. Tapi harus diingat Akbar, kerana perlumbaan semalam advantage dia more kepada GC rider dan juga pelumba-pelumba domestik berbanding pelumba-pelumba pecut. Jadi kita lihat semalam antaranya Harif Saleh, Ilmi Jumari, Arvid Declan juga tercicir di banjaran
pun sama.
Ya, tercicir di banjaran Titiwangsa. Tetapi apa yang menarik semalam berkenaan dengan Matteo Malucelli dan juga teammate beliau iaitu Terengganu. Kedua-dua ni memang berkombinasi antara satu sama lain dalam masa sama. Kalau kita lihat memang director sportif dia Kepala sendiri tahu, Mark Renshaw adalah merupakan lead out kepada Mark Cavendish sebelum ini. Ketika
lead out kepada Mark Cavendish.
Ya, betul. Di Tour de France ataupun di Giro ataupun di Vuelta. Jadi Mark Renshaw datang di Malaysia sebagai sport director untuk pasukan SDS Astana. Jadi dia mempunyai banyak strategi antaranya kita boleh lihat semalam. Tetapi hari ini kemungkinan berbeza dia punya strategi.
Okey, baik. Dan semalam buat kali pertamanya photo finish terpaksa digunakan untuk menentukan siapakah yang melintasi garisan penamat terlebih dahulu. Memang dramatik semalam. Kita dapat lihat bagaimana Alexander Kristoff dijangka sebenarnya untuk menang stage ataupun peringkat ketiga, tetapi akhirnya kayuhan kayuhan daripada Matteo Malucelli itu telah memberikannya kemenangan yang cukup dramatik. Hanya beberapa inci saja dia berjaya menewaskan Alexander Kristoff. Jadi hari ini peringkat yang keempat, Kuala Terengganu Kemaman 141.5 km. Kita lihat dahulu laluan yang bakal disajikan untuk pelumba-pelumba, di mana 3 zon pecutan dan juga 1 zon pendakian. Silakan adik Husaini untuk laluan ini.
Baik, jika kita lihat hari ini 141 km, ada ada 3 zon penceritaan yang ditawarkan dan hanya ada 1 zon pendakian kategori 4 di Kijar. Jadi kita boleh lihat sprint pertama di Marang pada kilometer ke-12.3. Selepas itu mereka akan menuju ke Dungun. Di situ kita akan lihat ada intermediate sprint yang kedua 66.7 dan sprint yang ketiga di Parker di kilometer 87.4 dan setibanya mereka di Kijar, mereka akan disajikan dengan pendakian di Kijar di kilometer 126.2, ya kategori 4 dan kita boleh lihat mereka berakhir di Kemaman di kilometer 141.5.
Okey, baik adik. Hari ini akan jadi fast race. Maknanya landai. Tepi laut landai dan pakar-pakar pecut hari ini akan menonjolkan diri mereka, terutamanya Iron Gate, tapi sudah pasti ada pelumba lain akan mencabar Iron Gate.
Baik, kita sedia maklum bahawa Iron Gate dia punya misi adalah untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan tajaan Petronas.
Okey.
Jadi sudah pasti jika tiada kelompok pemecahan berlaku, sudah pasti pasukan DSC sana akan memberi laluan kepada Iron Gate berbanding Matteo Maluchelli, kerana di situ dia akan buat seperti semalam, cuba untuk mencuri 3 extra time setiap penceritaan. Dan harus diingat juga Akbar, hari ini punya laluan ke semua pelumba ataupun tim, mereka juga kena alert dengan keadaan angin datang belah kiri kerana
laut
betul. Kalau kita lihat map dia hari ini, mereka melalui di pesisiran pantai. Di situ kemungkinan besar akan terjadinya crosswind dan sudah pasti antaranya tim-tim seperti Astana dan juga Tudor akan memastikan mereka meletakkan GC rider mereka di kelompok hadapan, di posisi hadapan untuk protect daripada tercicir, kerana kadang-kala
tiupan angin
betul, even flat kalau datang tiupan angin kadang-kadang kalau kita lihat sebelum-sebelum ni memang akan berlaku pemecahan dan juga sukar untuk kelompok di belakang untuk mengejar balik.
Baik, menyebut tentang pantai rakan kita ni berada di pantai. Aduh, kita dalam studio, dia tepi pantai pula. Ditiup angin bayu Laut Cina Selatan. Lili Hamzah dari Kuala Terengganu, silakan.
Ganu kita lah tiba menyanyi. Okey, peringkat keempat saingan Petronas Letua Langkawi 2025 berlangsung hari ini dari Kuala Terengganu menuju ke Kemaman dengan jarak sejauh 140.8 km yang menampilkan 3 zon pecutan dan 1 zon pendakian. Of course, faktor kepenatan pasti menjadi cabaran utama selepas 3 hari perlumbaan yang sudah menguji ketahanan. Namun, untuk pelumba tempatan khususnya dari Kuala Terengganu, kita boleh katakan konsep perlumbaan peringkat keempat ini adalah home ground, ibarat perlumbaan di halaman sendiri. Nama-nama seperti Harif Saleh dan Wan Abdul Rahman dari Terengganu Cycling Team, selain Kezayi mewakili pasukan kebangsaan, pasti mau menyelah di jalan kampung halaman sendiri. Turut tidak ketinggalan Syazri Nawang dan Zulfikri daripada pasukan Malaysia Pro Cycling yang juga menaruh harapan tinggi untuk sekurang-kurangnya menggegar kelompok hadapan. Rata-rata mereka meletakkan peringkat keempat ini sebagai sasaran terbaik untuk menghadiahkan sesuatu buat penyokong tempatan. Bagaimanapun, tiada jalan mudah buat barisan pelumba negara kerana saingan turut dibayari si jago antarabangsa. Juara berganda musim ini, Matteo Maluchelli bersama pelumba berbahaya seperti Arvid Declan ataupun legenda seperti Alexander Kristoff yang sudah mula menunjuk taring, yang sudah mempamerkan prestasi cemerlang mereka. Segala debaran aksi menarik boleh diikuti secara langsung di saluran Astro Arena selain platform YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga Petronas LTDL 2025. Jangan lupa berikan sokongan anda dengan #BeatTheHit.
Terima kasih Lili Hamzah di pantai Batu Borok. Mesti dah kena nasi dagang di atas tol. Sedap betul. Okey, tak apa. Kita rehat seketika. Jangan ke mana-mana. Perbincangan kita selepas ni, pasangan 4 penjuru untuk menuju ke penamat peringkat yang keempat Petronas Letua di Langkawi 2025.
isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Alright, Lily dah selamat tiba di Pasir Putih, Kelantan dan kini berada di depan booth PACE. Kalau dah ada dekat depan booth PACE, of course kita bersama dengan Executive Director of PACE sendiri, Mr. Teo Chia Chun. How are you? Jumpa lagi tahun ni.
Ya, jumpa lagi Lily. Last year masih ingat kami jumpa dekat Cameron Highland.
Okay.
11 tahun.
Ya, okay. Mr. Teo, mungkin boleh kongsikan lah for this year kan, sekali lagi apa yang mendorong PACE untuk sponsor Petronas LTDL Langkawi 2025?
Okey. Ini merupakan tahun yang ketiga kami bersama dengan pihak organizer, dan thank you kepada pihak organizer, iaitu MSN yang bagi peluang dan kepercayaan kepada company kami local brand for the sport. So itu yang salah satu reason mendorong kami, sebab ini pun kami LTDL merupakan edisi ke-29. So merupakan international event yang begitu berprestige. Itu yang peluang kami. Ya.
Okay. Alright, Mr. Teo, mungkin boleh kongsikan jugalah daripada, kan dah 3 tahun macam you mention tadi, apa perbezaan dia sehingga tahun ini?
Perbezaan semakin hangat. Cuaca pun hangat, suasana pun hangat, sama dengan peminat-peminat tempatan juga. Itu yang nampak ini event semakin dapat sambutan daripada local dan international tourism.
Okay. Yeah. Selari dengan hashtag Beat the Hate. Okay, untuk tahun ini mungkin Mr. Teo boleh kongsikan juga apa jenis produk yang dikeluarkan, apa kelainan, mungkin inspirasi design tu dapat daripada manakah?
Okay, so tahun ini kami punya official merchandise. So semua wujud daripada proudly by all the Malaysian. Termasuk thank you kepada tim I, designer team, R&D team yang begitu bertunggu lumus untuk menghasilkan produk dan design yang sesuai dengan LTDL ini. Ya.
Okay, so Lily pun dah tak sabar nak check it out apa yang terbaru dekat booth PACE, sebab Mr. Teo kata dia nak belanja. So let's go.
Untunglah.
Untung bang.
Dapat baju. Banyak baju. Okey, tapi PACE, baju yang dikeluarkan oleh PACE untuk Petronas LTDL Langkawi memang kualitinya sangat baik. Jadi anda boleh dapatkan t-shirt rasmi Petronas LTDL Langkawi di booth PACE kat mana saja dia berada. Jangan minta dengan saya tak ukarkan baju. Okey. Baik. Baik adik. Kita nak cerita tentang ini Terengganu, bermula di Terengganu. Pasukan Terengganu Cycling Team. Pasukan TSD. Ini dia kira macam orang kata backyard TSD lah. Ni kampung halaman mereka kan. Kalau semalam untuk stage tim Asia terbaik, TSD nombor 6 semalam. Tapi hari ni digelanggang sendiri ni. Apa yang kita harapkan untuk mereka? Baik,
Sudah pasti hari ini peringkat keempat daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Kemaman. Akhbar juga ambil maklum bahawa Kuala Terengganu ni adalah orang cakap survey course. Survey course ni bermaksud tempat center untuk rider-rider pasukan TSG ni berkumpul, antaranya even pelomba-pelomba foreigner mereka pun akan berkampung di TSG untuk melakukan training camp ataupun sebagainya. Jadi sudah pasti hari ini home ground, hometown punya race peringkat keempat ni berakhir di Kemaman, di Cukai Kemaman. Sudah pasti pasukan-pasukan antaranya Haris Saleh dan juga Wan Abdul Rahman Acik. Hari ini sudah pasti dia akan membuat sesuatu. Saya rasa Aiman Rosli kemungkinan besar dia akan membuat pemecahan seperti biasa, membuat breakaway, membuat pemecahan awal, dan Acik dan juga Harif sudah pasti kedua-dua pelomba ini akan memastikan mereka berada di kedudukan yang terbaik sebelum membuat pencetan, kerana jika kita lihat di finishing di Cukai nanti memang jalan dia semalam kita lihat ada satu sharp corner. Tapi hari ni
bertukar.
Dia bertukar. Memang ada very technical punya jalan sebelum
finish, nak
sampai ke finishing. Ada 2 sharp corner ke kanan dan juga ke kiri sebelum lebih kurang dalam 700 meter sebelum mereka membuat pecutan lurus nanti, Akbar.
Okey, kalau kita masih ingat tahun 2010 LTDL tahun 2010, 15 tahun yang lalu, Harif Saleh daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Cukai pada ketika itu. Adik Usaini pun berlumba nombor 9 masa tu.
Masa tu kampung
nombor 9
sendiri nombor 9.
Harif Saleh top 5 kan masa tu.
Harif Saleh pun ada berada
tahun 2010 daripada Kemaman, daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Cukai. Tapi tahun ni macam mana? Jadi kita ikuti temu bual bersama dengan Harif Saleh.
Yesterday was the hardest stage for you. It was difficult for you to make the time cut. Can you explain how difficult it was in the first climbs and how you managed?
Yesterday, I think for me very tough race. Also, like I just fall rider in the behind, but I still keep working and keep pushing untuk for the finish line. Yeah, and then we see the result. I can stay race, and then I feel happy.
And you are happy to be here today, hometown, Kuala Terengganu, lots of fans. What do you want to say to the fans? Do you want to thank them for the support for all those years?
Thank you to all the fans from Terengganu. Many people come to support Langkawi, not the Terengganu. Everywhere I see many fans support LTDL. I'm very happy. I think for hometown for today, we try to make result how to see today. We see.
You are the Malaysian who won the most stages in LTDL, 3 wins. What do you hope for this time, today or the next days in the sprints?
I hope not only me, I think my teammate also Aci, he also faster now. And then we try together, see the planning. And then if I don't have the space, I think Aci have the space, he can go. And then we don't have too much pressure the race. I want just enjoy. I also want to see some people from Malaysia try to get some podium for the Langkawi.
So before you, it was Anwar Manan, the top sprinter from Malaysia. He passed it on to you. Now, are you passing the baton on to Acik?
Yeah, I hope some rider, Acik or some rider can try to win also the Langkawi. He can feeling how after he win to Langkawi. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, beres buah kecap putih. Itu dia. Harif Saleh jangan main-main. Tapi tadi adik dah kongsikan dengan saya, 2010 dia top 5 daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Cukai. 2012 daripada Pekan ke Cukai, finishing yang sama, menduduki tempat yang kedua Harif Saleh di belakang Andrea Guardini. World teamnya rider memang padu. Harif Saleh hari ini insyaAllah akan berada di top 5 untuk pasukan beliau. Okey, baik. Semalam, JC Polkadot, Bubble Soto bertukar milik. Daripada Ben Kemaman dirampas oleh Patrick Eddy, pelumba pasukan Picnic Post NL World Team. Okey, macam mana ni adik?
Okey,
hari ni kalau kita tengokkan jam Sain Bayar 15 poin bersama dengan Patrick Eddy ni terikat. Jadi saya rasa tak ada pelumba lain yang boleh cabar dah JC Polkadot. 2 ni saja. Lepas tu kat ujung-ujung tu 50 meter je ketinggian kategori 4 tu.
Baik, ya, sudah pasti hari ini Jambas Sambaya, pelumba daripada pasukan Burgos berpekalan di Sepanyol. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar akan memberi saingan kepada Eddie Patrick kerana kedua-dua pelumba ini mereka mengumpul mata yang sama iaitu 15 mata. Jadi hari ini cuma satu pendakian Cat 4 yang disajikan oleh kesemua pelumba. Sudah pasti Jambas Sambaya akan memberi saingan dan masa sama terus merampas jersey Polkadot tajaan Bubble Auto dipakai oleh Eddie Patrick untuk hari ini, Akbar. Jadi menarik untuk kita lihat nanti
antara dua pelumba ini. Okey, baik. Untuk pendahulu keseluruhan Matteo Malucelli, kalau dalam bola sepak kita ada MVP, Most Valuable Player. Tapi dalam ni kita MVR, Most Valuable Rider. The Big Kahuna, Macho Malucheri. Okey, baik. Tadi adik dah sebut bahawa sebenarnya Aaron Gate ni nak mencabar jersey hijau PETRONAS selaku pendahulu keseluruhan. Dia rakan sepasukan Macho Malucheri.
Betul.
Tapi hari ni ada 3 zon penjuratan, sudah pasti Aaron Gate akan cuba menyapu bersih ketiga-tiganya. Dan apakah hari ini akan dia ketinggalan 16 saat di belakang Malucheri?
Okey, baik. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar di sprint pertama di kilometer ke-12 hari ini di Marang, Aaron Gate ataupun pasukan Astana, mereka akan memastikan tiada kelompok pemecahan berlaku kerana di situ akan memberi laluan kepada Aaron Gate untuk mengambil mata dan juga time bonus 3 saat yang ditawarkan di situ. Dan kemungkinan besar saya rasa selepas daripada itu akan berlakunya pemecahan. Jadi macam mana pun hari ini Astana akan kontrol perlombaan kerana dia mempunyai leader jersey keseluruhan tajaan PETRONAS iaitu jersey hijau. Dan sudah pasti hari ini Astana sekali lagi mereka ingin memastikan perlombaan hari ini habis dalam keadaan bang sprint. Jadi memberi advantage kepada Macho Malucheri untuk mengekalkan jersey hijau dan juga jersey orange tajaan KBS.
Okey, baik, terima kasih adik Husaini. Okey, baik. Sudah pasti anda semua yang sedang menyaksikan secara langsung tidak sabar untuk melihat apakah kesudahan peringkat yang keempat PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 yang bermula di Kuala Terengganu hingga ke Kemaman sejauh 141.5 km. Terus saja, ayo kami bawakan kepada anda secara langsung untuk peringkat yang keempat PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Let's beat the heat. Selamat menonton.
We are going to race under the very nice weather, sunny weather of Terengganu. Motocaldo, is it? Motocaldo.
Or how Anwar Manan would say, Assalamualaikum. Let's check it out. Alright, yeah, so today is stage 4 after a non-stop action almost. Stage 3, quite a hilly one. Everyone's chasing for the King of the Mountain points in the first half of the race, and the other half of the race, everyone was chasing for the sprint classification, either for time bonuses or points. But today is a completely different course for the riders and in a completely different state as well. So today the race will go from Kuala Terengganu, Ganu Kito, from Kuala Terengganu all the way to Kemaman, where we will end in the town of where the Terengganu cycling team rider is, Harif Saleh.
Yeah. So Terengganu State is obviously filled with traditional many good riders. Came out of the state of Terengganu. There's a rich history of riders, and you mentioned earlier Anwar Manan, and a local legend, and he's actually the first Malaysian rider to actually won a stage. The first stage winner of the Tour de Langkawi, and he also won the green jersey, the points jersey back then. Used to be green, the PETRONAS green jersey. Now is the KBS orange jersey. But Anwar Manan won the stage in the Tour de Langkawi, become the first Malaysian rider. And here's we see the flag off of the riders just starting the today's stage 141K. So shout out to Anwar Manan, who is at the race. He is part of the convoy, and also at the race, and doing some pre-race shows and interviews and commentating. So if you see Anwar out there, say hello and to this Malaysian legend.
Yeah, for sure. I think he definitely put Malaysian cycling into the map. He definitely put the state of Terengganu on the map. And if you were to find one state that is very, very friendly towards cyclists, you can't find any other state other than Terengganu. I mean, local people call it the land of cyclists.
You're right, absolutely correct. So obviously with the Terengganu cycling team, there's a huge support from the state government of Terengganu, and we really appreciate They have been supporting him for the last almost 15 years, and the people in Terengganu obviously very proud of the teams. They rank they are the top team, top continental team in the world. Being a local, a fairly like the population-wise is not huge, so fairly small state of Malaysia in terms of population, and they're producing some of the world best cyclists. And Anwar Manan, and since his victory, then Harif Saleh, we've seen in this race, he has won the stage 3 times. So it looked like we're having some new talent coming up from Terengganu with Rahman. And so we certainly hope today they will have an opportunity. The sprinters from Malaysia will certainly have an opportunity for on a fairly flat stage. Here we have we're taking a shot of a video of Vati Pransky, who is riding for the Terengganu cycling team. He's the current the white jersey holder next to an ex Terengganu cycling team rider Daniel Whitehouse. And shout out to an ex-rider. So Terengganu cycling team been in establishment for 14 years. So obviously a lot of cyclists have come, a lot of great cyclists that came through. And then they have done very well and contributed to the success of the team. And some of them have moved on to a bigger, better teams, and some of them moved to a different team. And so we obviously really appreciative of their contribution to make this great, successful team.
All right, so we're going to see what's the course for today's stage, the stage 4 of the 29th edition of PETRONAS Le Tour de Langkawi. So here he is. We are starting the race just now from Kuala Terengganu, the capital of the state of Terengganu, and 12.3 kilometers in, the first intermediate sprint in Marang. And the whole course will be pretty much a coaster ride until they reach the second intermediate sprint in Dungun at kilometer 66.7 before they head down to Paka at kilometer 87.4 for their third intermediate sprint. And then after that, a little bit of a lump in the course in Kijal for category 4 King of the Mountain, and then finishing it off in Kemaman. So a relatively flat stage today. We are expecting a bunch sprint at the end, a total of 141.5 kilometer. So what's the neutral zone for today, Danny? How long?
Today, I think we're looking at 7 kilometer. 7 kilometer, not too long. So the course we just previewed seems to be pretty standard, flat. Doesn't seem to be too difficult. However, they're riding along the side of the beach, ocean. So there can be crosswind. So they have it had happened before that when you will see probably likely a crosswind from the left side, which is the ocean side. So rider may have to take notice. Looks like right now from the video it is quite calm, but it's a rider getting out of the town, become more exposed to the element. The first 60 kilometer is very much exposed to the side of the ocean. And then also with the KOM points, there is one KOM category 4 that is 126k, so approximately 15k to the finish. There's a KOM point. So we talk about the KOM jersey, which shifted from Ben Carmen of the St. George team to Patrick Eddy of the Picnic Post NL. And however, a Bogos BH rider from Mongolia, ex-Terengganu rider, Saimbaya, and he had the same points. So he collected 15 points yesterday. However, Patrick leads on the category 1. He crossed the category 1 climb first. So based on the count back, so Eddie takes the KOM jersey. So they're equal to the point. Now, it's possible they duke it out, they fight it out. If the Peloton comes down together, they may fight out or attack and trying to get the extra two extra KOM points, so they can secure the KOM jersey for today before the next day, which is the real test for the mountain up to Fraser Hill. So it's still, it seems to be a very normal stage or non-exciting, but it can be actually very exciting.
Also, for sure.
Also the finish, which we have talked about the finishing line. The finishing line is for the first few days, so it's pretty straightforward. Few corners only, But however, Izzat, if you want to share with our viewers, and we'll get a preview, but hopefully get a preview of the course. But you can, explain as a sprinter, you can explain how complicated today's finishing is going to be.
Oh yeah, I think we had a chat. I think we had a chat beforehand, and also we saw an interview between Jeff and also Albert Klein and Matteo Malucelli. I guess the top sprinters for today's stage. Judging from the profile, we see that today's stage has a little bit more technical aspects to it compared to the. I mean, yesterday was a little bit more technical than stage 2 and stage 1, but today is even more technical than yesterday. So what they're going to come down is they're going to come down into this road down. Let me just quickly zoom out. I think it's Jalan Penghiburan. So the Penghiburan, Jalan Penghiburan. So they will go straight down, and then as they're about to head to the second last corner, they're going to have to do a bit of a chicane. Basically, from a right way of road, they're going to go and basically on the wrong way of road. They're going to have a bit of a chicane, right?
Yep.
And then from there, they're going to have the first right turn and then another right turn. So the first right turn is a little bit like a merging corner. So it's not super technical, but then it narrows down. So that becomes the first technical point. And then you keep going straight for the few hundred meters, and then another corner 400 meters before the finishing line. And that becomes a technical part, because you need to get either a very, very fast sprint line throughout there. So at this kind of course, you have to decide whether you want to stay on the left side of the road or on the right side of the road. So you want to make sure you're dominating one or the other side of the road, so that you can easily see where people are going to counter-attack. Because if you stay in the middle, people can come and attack your train either from left or right. But if you decide to stay on the left, it's your right that all you have to worry about, right? So you got to take, you have to use all the roads, and the sprint trains. I think we have a lot of experienced trains here. The riders need to pull out where potentially lead-up train is going to cut them off. So I think, judging from how technical the course is, I think if we're gonna sort of pinpoint what would be the more of a favorite, I'm gonna have to go with Malucelli, because we know the way he sprints. Like, I think the comparison, for example, Arvid and also Matteo Malucelli, we know that Arvid is like, we know he's gonna win from like 100 meters away, right? He's like, go one straight line, he's just gonna go for it. Once he goes. But the thing with Malucelli, we always see that he comes out quite a little bit later. So just like you're looking at an 80 to 50 meter mark, where he's just gonna suddenly he's there in the mix. He's good at finding his way around. Reminds me a lot of Peter Sagan. Yeah. So if I had to pick who's gonna be the favorite, definitely Malucelli for this kind of sprint.
Yeah. You left out Uno X, Christoph, yesterday, who I thought Christoph finally got in the victory in 1999. So they did a fantastic job, and Brickler did a perfect lead out, and Christoph hit the front with 100 meters to go. And Malucelli waited, like you explained earlier. He waited, and then I think he waited 20 meters, and then he jumped with 80 meters to go, and just took the victory by a tire width, right? Yeah. So he was obviously it's getting closer. I mean, for Uno X, for Christoph, from the video, I thought he had gotten the victory, but even it was funny. It was yesterday. Even at the finish line, Malucelli didn't know he took the victory. He actually congratulated Christoph as they crossed the finishing line. He probably thought that Christoph got the victory, and it was just, I was just thinking this morning that his nickname is Malu. In the interview, he was almost a little shy.
Yeah, Malu.
He was almost a little shy. Right? The Malu in the local dialect, Malay, Bahasa Malay, it's shy.
That's right. You're right.
So he was almost a little shy, apologetic for taking the victory, and he keep on mentioning Christoph, a great champion. But however, when it comes to racing, he got to do, he's trying to win for his team. So, but he was a little bit of shy and unapologetic, but he was very happy with the victory. So, and then again, looking back at today's finish, I was just looking at the graph. We don't have the graph, but if you want to visualize the finishing of the last 2K, it literally looked like fish hook. Fishing hook, right?
Yes,
it is literally like bombing down. It's then it take a short bend before the 1 kilometer, and then 600 meter to go. There's a sharp right turn. Then there's 400 meter sharp right turn. Then straight line to the finish. So. Yeah, it's gonna be a fast one, and it's gonna be interesting to see who is gonna have the best lead out train, take the control, into the last 1 kilometer.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, we still have 141 kilometers to go.
100%. Absolutely right.
Before we get to the finish line. So now we're looking at Alpha Decline. So, Alpha Decline. Yesterday, he didn't feel great on the climb. He wasn't part of the, he didn't contest for the finishing sprint yesterday, but he said he had some stomach bug, it didn't feel great on the climb. We saw him getting dropped, and this morning we were just checking. So even this guy's, technically he was dropped, he was not feeling great. We were just checking how fast they did the TT Wansa climb.
Okay.
So
yeah, we did a fact check a little bit.
Yeah. Just want to compare and compare to the previous edition as well. I mean, okay, we knew that the front guys. We looking at the Renbao, Sang Renbao, who got the best Southeast Asian ASEAN rider award yesterday. So he was in the front group. They did the climb in approximately 50 minutes. And 50 minutes, they did the TT Wansa climb, and I give you an idea, average speed of 27 kilometers an hour.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. So, and then Harry Saleh, who was dropped from the leading group, he did in 56 minutes. 56 minutes, right?
Okay.
So, not, just 6 minutes behind. And so that's a sprinter.
Okay.
Right? And I know Harry Saleh, great rider, great sprinter, but he's a man does not like the course when it tilts upward.
Yeah.
Right. So so he still did it in 6 minutes behind, and then in the end of the race, and he lost probably 25 minutes because obviously the front group was pushing the pace. They knew Alpha Decline got dropped, so Astana, Uno X, even Poti, everybody came out to the front and pushed the pace really hard in order to make sure that the Alpha Decline group doesn't get back in. So they did so Harry Saleh did in about 56 minutes, but then we were comparing to the course. Rider went through the same climb at 2:2018.
Oh wow,
we mentioned another Terengganu cycling team rider, ex-rider from Thailand, Puchong Sawudusin. So he did that climb. So he's a kind of climber. So he got over that in 58 minutes.
Oh wow, okay.
So he was in the front group.
Yeah.
He was not dropped. So you look at the Peloton was going over the same climb, 58 minutes versus 50 minutes. So the modern day, so that was 2018, and today is 7 years later. They went over that climb 8 minutes faster. And Harry Saleh, who does not like climbing, if he were to go back to 2018, and he's actually going to be the fastest guy going over the climb, right?
Yeah.
So that's to give you an idea how fast these guys are going.
Although we looked like how the pace was like, we looked like Anton Kuzmin was soft pedaling. I think we're about to get to 0 kilometer. Yes.
Here's the official start of today's.
Here's the official start, and the race is on, and straight away from the gun, rider from Nusantara, BYC, follow along by rider from Burgos BH, and also another rider from 7-Eleven, looks like Edouard Bonfoy, a French rider for a Philippine team, straight from the gun, followed by Ben Carmen. Back to his St. George Continental Cycling Team jersey after he lost it yesterday, followed by another rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling, Zulfikri. And it looks like quite a number of people joining this first breakaway attempt.
Yeah, and it looks like the Peloton hasn't committed to chase just yet. This is a pretty big group. Now, typically, if you're on a breakaway, you would want a 7 to 8 rider. That makes a really good composition. So everybody sort of contribute to the break. And right now, it looks like all the smaller teams who has not won a stage are all jumping in. I see Poti, Visit Malta. So we're gonna have to wait and see if Team XDS Astana is gonna take control of the Peloton and keep the gap in a controllable pace, controllable gap. And here's talk about Harif Saleh. He's sitting on the back, and he got his aero socks and the aero sleeves.
Oh yeah, aero sleeves.
Under sleeves. Yeah. So they so he is ready. Obviously, this is a better course for him, judging from the speed he's going over the climb. So he should be decent. I mean, decent form. He was not in the danger of getting eliminated. As we can see back on the aerial shot, there's a pretty significant gap of probably 100 meters, and to probably looking like a big group. But now it's like 9 to 10 riders on the front.
Yeah.
And.
It's like a few riders tried to chase the breakaway.
Yeah.
A few 3-4 riders, but looks like the Peloton is actually really chasing this one.
Led by Uno X Mobility.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they obviously narrowly missed the victory, so they want to make sure to give their sprinter another chance, and because it was very close. So today may be the day for Christoph. And yeah, the whole group back together. The Peloton already caught back to the breakaway. But you can see, this is sort of like a preview of what's going to happen, right? So you can see which teams are being active and want to make the situation, want to break up the Peloton. Here goes the Bogos BH rider.
And then counter-attacking.
Is that Mario, or as soon as we get a visual on who that is, we will update you. But Bogos rider still active. The moment he got caught, then he's ready to launch the second attack.
Yep.
And I see Unibet Rockets rider are lurking and waiting. I see who else is gonna try to join the breakaway. And the Total Energy is that, no, the Chengdu.
Yeah, Ayman Rossi is there, joining the first 2 riders in front here.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Ayman Rossi back to his national champion color.
Yeah.
Not since his best Asian jersey is now on the shoulder of his teammate, Vadim Prosky. So now he's back to the national jersey. I think he likes that too. I think that he probably prefer because he get the speed suit, so he can stay aero.
That's right.
Feel a little more confident, saving that 5 watts and getting the breakaway. And look like the Peloton, it's still active. It's sort of looking at each other, waiting to see when XDS Astana is gonna take control on the front. And a little bit of
Chengdu cycling team.
Yeah, Chengdu cycling team.
Chengdu DYC.
DYC, yeah.
Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, and a rider from Burgos Borpele BH. We get to get a visual of the number of the Burgos rider before we can relay the information of who that particular rider is, but look at that riding position from Ayman Rosli. Very aero in that position, shoulder shrug, making sure he is as small as possible, cutting through the wind. I mean, we all know that when you look at the aerodynamics of a rider, it's a total system, rider and also the bike, and the 80% of the drag actually comes from the rider itself. So for those of you folks that are listening at home, these riders obviously they spend a lot of time on the bike, so it's a second nature for them to ride in that aero position. But yeah, if you wanna go fast, try and get yourself aero, and that can save you a lot of watts.
Yeah, and when you talk about the aero, so it's not just the aero bike, it's the aero apparel, the clothing, the socks, the gloves, and the helmet, the jersey itself. So it plays all big part in even the same bicycle with a different setup.
Yeah.
As a rider now going over to a narrower handlebar.
Yes.
They're tilting the hoods in a little bit, almost a time trial position. I was checking on Instagram. There was some rider with huge stacking like a stem that's like instead of minus 17 degrees like what the people used to do, then they're doing like a plus 25 degrees pointing upward, and so the bar is literally in their face. It looked like a time trial bike. And with a super narrow handlebar. So, but however, UCI did the backtrack. So UCI set a rule for the minimum width and of the handlebar, but they did backtrack, and then now they're allowing a narrower handlebar, especially for riders, smaller rider, who obviously doesn't need a 40.
Yeah,
size
I mean,
of 40
they're doing
handlebar.
it not because of error. They're doing it because that is like from bike fit and biomechanics standpoint, that is the right handlebar for them to use.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's
so meanwhile, the front looked like Peloton has set up, letting these 3 riders go early. I mean, they literally. The attack started from the kilometer 0, but then after one counter attack, the initial attack was brought back, and then immediately 3 riders went off with probably just 5 kilometers into the race, and they are able to establish a fairly decent, I would say probably 30-second gap right now. I was looking at the Peloton, it seems like sitting up, going across the road, and this is a good situation. This is a good situation for XDS because 3 riders, 3 very good riders, but it's still a long way, 140K to the finish with potentially some crosswind. So these 3 guys, the chances of them making all the way to the finish is fairly slim, and it's easier to control when there's just 3 guys in the break. Because obviously Team XDS Astana has like 6 riders in total, including the leader Malu, and so they have 5 riders. They just need to probably put in Antoine Kuzmin on the front
again.
And then,
I think he probably prefers that though. Some riders just prefer to sit in front and just sit on one pace. For the whole day.
Right.
Yeah.
And then and also Alexander Vinokurov. He has been working pretty hard. Yesterday, I looked at his result. He was dropped. He probably did a lot of work on the climb, and initial part of the climb, and then before dropping off, and then Antoine took over the working duties of just and together with the Uno X rider as well, and so they did share a bit of work, but he did the bulk of work, and Malo Celli did comment that Antoine did a lot of work in order to help control the gap and driving the pace to prevent Alvin decline from catching back up. And so end of the day, Alvin was 15 minutes back behind the winner, and which is fine. We did a rough calculation of the time gap, and Alvin had a plenty margin to get to the finish line. So this could be interesting. Now yesterday, the guys on the front were driving the pace, so almost 200 kilometers. So Malucelli did mention that legs, maybe a little tired, and meanwhile Alvin decline could have just gone easy and let the 15 minutes go, so his leg could be fresh, and also he had a good night's sleep. He did mention he had a good night's sleep, and so hopefully that he will be contesting the final sprint, and alongside with Alexander Kristoff, who is still looking for that victory in this year's Tour de Langkawi. So we certainly hope these 3 top sprinter of the race will get their chance to duke it out again at the finishing line in Kemaman.
Oh yeah, so there's basically remaining, including this one, 3 more sprint stages. So this stage, and then the stage from Shah Alam to Medini, and then the final stage finishing in Kuala Lumpur. So 3 more sprint stages. So so they Uno X got to make it happen for Alexander Kristoff. Meanwhile, the breakaway have extended from 25 seconds to a minute now, and the Peloton is happily letting the breakaway go. 3 riders. We have Wojtek Kminik in Burgos BH. We have Johan Sobal from Chengdu DYC, and Ayman Rosli.
Okay.
Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, making the local government or local state proud.
Right.
All right. So, Danny, is it fair to say that the reason it is called Terengganu cycling team is that the state of Terengganu is, I guess, the quote-unquote title sponsor of the team?
Yeah. So the state of Terengganu is the title. It's the main sponsor of the team. They are certainly a big part of supporting getting the team established. So they're the main financial supporter. But there's also a lot of private companies that is within the Terengganu state and also outside Terengganu that they also so-called minor sponsor or co-sponsor. Terengganu Inc. is one of the. It's a private company I believe they do investment, private investment. So there's an investment company that they also supporting the teams, and I had the fortune of meeting Terengganu Inc. CEO, very nice man, Dato Pok, and so he's been very supportive. I don't know if he's going to get a chance to sit in the team car and follow the race today, but he have done that. Certainly a man that has supported the Terengganu cycling team. So both, so the state government is the main sponsor, but they are also private sponsors. In fact, so to make a successful team, Shimano has been to shout out to our friends in Shimano. So Polygon and Shimano, they have been a major supporter in the team as well. So Shimano have supported Terengganu cycling teams almost from since the initial time that we established the team. The Shimano Singapore has been super supportive of the team, providing the equipment, which is extremely, every cyclist know these are not cheap components. So if you were to buy all that equipment, it certainly is going to cost a lot. And also, not only from the cost perspective, but these are the best equipment, best components in the market. So, because I think if you were to ask professional rider, if they had a choice, obviously we know when it comes to professional cycling, there are sponsorships. Sometimes you may have a preference on the specific product, but if your team is using a sponsor by a brand, then you have to use them. But I think if you ask a professional rider what's their preference, I think majority of it is going to say they prefer the Shimano Di2. That's by far the best performing components for the bikes. For
no
the
doubt about it. I mean, they've been around for over 100 years.
Absolutely. I've been over 100 years.
They've been around for 100 years.
And also, just the improvement of the component, the Di2, since when it started, I was watching a video and I was like literally 25 or 15 years ago. Di2 already started, but initially it was intended for like commuter bike. It wasn't for racing bike, it was for commuter bike. And then the technologies trickled and evolve and become now the mainstream for racing, and also gravel now. It's really big, and mountain bike as well. Mountain bike is also going wireless, and gravel is also going wireless. And I was just watching YouTube on gravel racing, and they were saying that the rider saying definitely it's a Di2 is a must because you're doing 200 kilometer or 200 miles, and this ultra distance gravel racing. So by the time of you finishing 8-hour ride, getting into the 8-hour ride, your hands become so numb from the vibration. So having a Di2 shifter definitely makes the shifting a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. We just got a visual. We've got 1 kilometer from the first sprint of the day. Yeah. So not far. The first sprint of the day, which is in, let's say, in Marang.
So the first intermediate come very quickly. And let's see if the 3 riders. I see a shake of leg by Ayman Rosli, and so he is getting ready to sprint.
Yes. So obviously he's in contention still for the the best Asian classification.
Yeah.
So he would definitely want to get as much points around here.
Yeah.
So you can see. So one of the iconic thing about Terengganu, basically, it is a state by the beach, and it's one of the most beautiful beach you can get in this region. When I say region, it is Southeast Asia. Nice blue beach, and if we've got some drone shots from the live feed, we can see that the beaches are very blue, are very well taken care of, and the people in Terengganu took a lot of pride in their beach. And as we're talking about beach, they are not far off from the first intermediate sprint. Aiman Rosli goes far off on the left side of the road, making sure he got a very big gap between the other two riders to score maximum points. 100 meters to go, and it is Aiman Rosli scoring the maximum time bonus. Congratulations, Aiman Rosli, in the home ground. Followed by Wojtek Kaminek from Bogos Wapele BH, and last but not least, rider from Chengdu DYC cycling team, Johan Sobal.
Yep, there you go. Aiman Rosli took that first intermediate sprint fairly easily. He had time to look back, and meanwhile we're getting a shot of the beautiful blue ocean with white sand. And so if you are a beach fan, so do come to visit Terengganu.
Yeah.
And you can get some tan and swim in the beautiful ocean, and also see sea turtle. So I think sea turtle is a big thing, big thing in Terengganu.
For sure.
That's you know, these they go onto the beaches, and I think in Kemaman that's where they lay their eggs. And beautiful creature, majestic, and I think they're one of their most ancient creatures in the history of. So it is very nice to see. We talk about the not only the scenic beauty, beautiful scenic view of Malaysia, but also the wildlife diversity. We saw elephant, signs for the elephant. We didn't see the elephant, unfortunately. And then, but there are tigers.
The pace would have gone up if they saw the elephant.
Yeah, it could be going up, or if the elephant is chasing you, or if the elephant is in front of you, then it would be the other different story. So, but in any case, but they are wild elephant, wild animal, and Malaysia does a very good job preserving them, and it's really important. I'm an animal lover. So it's very important to preserve the nature and also the wild animals. So I mean, we all know there's a lot of wild animal trade. People, killing these wild animals for they claim for medical reasons. So I mean, believe me, my brother's a doctor. And he can tell you all these are total BS.
Yeah.
And so saving our environment and taking care of our animal is absolutely critical for this world. So shout out again to Terengganu State for keeping the environment beautiful and keeping the wildlife diversity.
Oh yeah, and then, we have a shot again of the beautiful beach of Terengganu. It's absolutely beautiful. You know, I think you just been there quite recently.
Yes.
I was there last year for one of the I guess local domestic tour of Gate. Last year they had here, also supported by the local state government. So yeah, it's like it's been there. You know, the beach is beautiful. The people are beautiful. They're very, very accommodating to cyclists. Like they treat cyclists as like another road user, you know, instead of treating a cyclist as a nuisance.
So
I
know you were part of the podcast and involved with our ex-sports minister KJ. A man I met and have high respect for him, and he's very much he does not involve politics right now. But he's still he's a cyclist himself.
Yes, he does.
And you guys had a podcast discussion about the road rage and so forth, and about how to share the road with cyclists, because I know many out there, they have different views of cyclists, and but however, so I think there's both point of views, and you guys had a good discussion about it, so we'd love to hear the podcast on that.
So, and then also I think we had a conversation. I was lucky enough to have a conversation with one of the Terengganu Inc. I think it's the CEO, of Terengganu Inc. And then the reason why they are so supportive of the like sports development. I mean, obviously they are supporting cycling, they're supporting motorsports, they're supporting, I think, a few other sports in Terengganu, and really helping this, like, I guess, not so fortunate people that doesn't have, I guess, the financial support to go big. They mentioned something, you know, about Terengganu that sort of like, you know, shed light in a very different perspective. Obviously, you know, Terengganu, Malaysia. So we're going to see what's the official result of the first intermediate sprint before I continue the story. But yeah, so the conversation was like the reason they wanted the name Terengganu in the team is like obviously for them to get the satisfaction of, for example, you know, the international broadcasting mentioned the name of Terengganu, you know, make people familiar of the name of Terengganu. So before I continue this story, so here's the first intermediate sprint sprint point won by Aiman Rosli. It was quite a convincing one. He launched quite an extensive attack towards the left, getting a good gap between himself and the other two riders, specifically Wojtek Kminik. Obviously, Bogus Bopele BH are more interested in the general classification, whereas Johan Sobal was pretty much just happy to tag along with the other two riders. Maximum time bonus for Aiman Rosli. All right, so yeah, that conversation was quite interesting because number one, he just wants people to know about Terengganu, and also I think this was pretty interesting because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this in this live, but I'm going to say it anyway. But he said because like when you look at the history of Terengganu and culturally and also from a religious standpoint, they are very, I guess in Malaysia they're quite very strong. They have very strong Islamic values and culture, and they want to sort of like you know, if they want to sort of like correct people's stereotype of what a Muslim country is or a Muslim people is. And I think people, if they come to the state of Terengganu, if they have whatever bad perception about Islam or Muslim or whatever, so if you come to the state of Terengganu, I believe your perception of this group of people will change. Yeah, just like how they treat people from a day-to-day basis, or even how they treat, like when you're riding on the road, like how they treat you on the road. So it just tells a lot about, you know, the people, the local people values, where majority of them are like Muslims and really celebrating the Islamic culture.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. So take for example, we said earlier, I mean, I'm involved with the Terengganu cycling team. I'm Chinese. I'm not. And we also have we have 6 international riders who are not Muslim. Who not does not have an Islamic religion, and also in the Terengganu cycling team we also have Ki, who's currently he's racing under the national team, and he's also a local Terengganu Chinese born. So I mean, it's I've been to Terengganu so many times. I never felt there was any issues. So it's a very nice coexistence and very well respected as well. So I mean, I've been working with the team for a very long time, and I felt very welcome and respected. And I know also shout out to one of our staff, Sharon, who does all the travel arrangement. And she's Chinese, local Malaysian Chinese. Was born in Terengganu. I think he was born in Terengganu, but living in Kuala Lumpur. So very much we feel very much welcome as a part of the family. And shout out to the team management, Chedin, Nasruddin, and Cheku. They always welcome me and with open arm. And also big shout out to our executive director of the Terengganu cycling team, Dato Farouk, who has been, it's just a man I deeply respect, and someone who has done a lot for the community of the Terengganu. And he is, if you talk things with him, and it's just very open-minded and very well educated, someone that again I deeply respect. Here's back to the race. The gap is 2 minutes. And we see Chengdu rider in the front. I think he's just trying to keep the pace at a 2-minute gap, and in order for his teammate to take up as many intermediate points, intermediate bonus. as possible. And the team Astana, XDS Astana is letting him doing the part of the rotation, although I'm not sure why, but that's not their traditional tactic. But probably XDS Astana is happy with the pace that he's going. As long as you're not disturbing, you're not slamming on the brake and causing a massive chaos in the peloton, then that's fine. Give me a breather and I'll take over. So yeah, it's interesting. But the three trios are working very well together. And they are keeping the pace, and I think they're gonna be letting 2 minutes gap. And here we have the team car. This should be the second team car. And of the Terengganu cycling team, here's the DS Nai. And the shout out. He has been with the team. He's capable of both doing as a mechanic and a DS.
Yeah, I mean you see that quite common, right? From experienced mechanic and then sort of like become a DS as well, right? Like I see as well, like I know. Yes, for human powered health.
Yeah, because Nai, I remember. I'm driving the team car. I was a DS, and Nai was on the back seat. He read the race perfectly. I mean, he was the one telling me what's happening. I'm busy feeding the riders and listen to the race radio. And he was sitting on the back seat and he was telling me what's happening in the race. And he had a very good eye. He see who is getting dropped, who is on the front. I said, yeah, you should be a DS. So I'm happy that he stepped up, and then especially sometimes they go to the race and when they don't have enough mechanic help, or he needs, so he can do like double job. So fantastic, and then really lovely guy. So shout out to Nai. So he's doing the DS. Now we are back in the Uno X car, and they are providing the nutrition. So they obviously allow the feeding fairly early in today's stage. We just crossed over 20 kilometers, so the bar is open for the rider to come all back and getting some waters and nutritions, because it is a hot day. So we stayed first 2 days was kind of raining, and yesterday was hot and warm, and today no question it's another hot and sunny day. As you can see, the sun is beating on the rider's shoulder.
Yeah, so this is rider from the back of the race. This is Polti, Visit Malta, rider number 86, which is Manuel Peñalve, team sprinter. Just hanging around. We see like sprinters just like to hang around at the back, especially when the course is not too technical. It's just pretty much, I mean, today is pretty much straight road, almost all straight road. You can just sit at the back. Just putting slightly a bigger gearing and then just grind it through. Saving the legs a little bit, while maintaining with the peloton. It's crucial. Like these riders know how to rest while pedaling the bike. Not unlike a lot of us, like pedaling a bike is not resting, but these guys have learned the art of, just resting while you are pedaling the bike.
He should be one of the contenders also later for today's stage. A very good sprinter, and he obviously he got it. He was good. He was always he was fourth, I believe. So he's getting close to the victory, and we certainly hope that he get in the shot today. It would be nice that we have different winners in each stage. Although Marcelli certainly is the favorite to win today's stage. He's looking really good, and we think the course suits him really well. With his style of racing, he handles the bike really well. But of course, it is a tricky finish. So Uno X probably have the strongest lead-out team, and they may decide to take control of the finishing. And if they are on the front with 400 meters to go, in front of if they have two lead-out rider before Christoph into the last corner, 400 meters to the finish, there's a very good chance Christoph could finish with his 99th career victory.
Oh yes, for sure.
So we anxiously await the finish. But although these three riders are certainly has a chance to get to the finish, then sometimes Peloton was expecting a bunch finish. So maybe the three rider are able to make to the finish. That would certainly make an exciting stage if the three rider are able to break away and stay away till the end in Kemaman.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, you mentioned it briefly earlier at the start of the stage, like in terms of the lead out, Uno X definitely had the best one. They pretty much almost nailed the sprint train yesterday, right? But obviously Malucelli was the smarter sprinter. You know, he was he held on into the lead out a little bit longer compared to Christoph, and then I think that could be the only reason why Christoph lost, right? So I think if they could sort of repeat the same thing that they did yesterday. Obviously today is not as hard as yesterday's stage. They could have a very, very likely good chance. You know, I think in terms of lead out, we have two. In terms of lead out, I think we can safely say that Tudor and also Uno X have the best ones compared to XDS.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to see the fight at the last final kilometer when the race and the course becomes a little bit more technical. So yeah, but before that, we still got 118.6 kilometers to go. They've extended the gap with 1 minute. I think it's still the same, about 2 minutes, roughly 2 minutes gap between these three riders. They are rotating well together, and all of them pretty much on all the aero gear that they can have, you know, considering it's a straight road, no elevation. On a flat road, aero is still king. Everyone's on aero socks, everyone's riding aero, everyone's on deep section wheels. Yeah, just cruising along at 46 kilometers per hour, you know, like no one's business.
Yeah, they make it look easy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
they
do.
mean,
I think at this particular speed, they're probably just cruising tempo, I suppose, the hardest, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like otherwise, the breakaway won't be a sustainable thing. I rode this morning just to see how my fitness is. I went and did some 1 minute efforts.
Okay.
At the moment, my 1 minute efforts is about 300 and something watts.
Really?
330 watts, you know, I just want to see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think, you know, we were talking about yesterday, you know, Anton Kuzmin in front probably just cruising at 300 watts. You know, his heart rate probably 150 beats per minute. But my 300 watts for 1 minute, and my heart rate was 170 beats per minute.
Whoa, okay.
So that just tells you a little bit like how fit these guys are, you know, in comparison to us normal, I guess, everyday weekend warrior, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just takes it's just a different level. These guys, especially the World Tour riders, they can just sit in front all day, lock on, for example, 300 watts, let's go.
Yeah, and that looked like, talk about the front of the Peloton, that looked like it's Alexander Vinokurov, and doing the work for his team, XDS Astana, and then followed by Chengdu. And I also see Etnan from Terengganu cycling team, also sitting on the fourth wheel, and is just keeping the pace, sort of keeping the pace in check. They don't want too many, and the reason is that they don't want too many XDS rider on the front and pulling the brake back too soon. So give it a chance to Ayman, especially for Ayman Rosley, to take a few more bonus seconds. And obviously he's not gonna get back the white jersey.
Oh yeah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang kepala rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Any problem getting over the climb, and Maricelli also didn't have any issue getting over the climb.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but today it's a flat day, so it's the weight is not a factor right now. And Ivan Rosley doing a nicely turn. He's, you know, I like to see his, I like his position on the bike and how smooth he's pedaling. Really like a time trial. He's an excellent time trialist, as we mentioned before. He's a double champion, both the champion on the road and as well as the time trial. So
Yeah.
I think he's going to be preparing later in December for the SEA game.
Yes.
The Southeast Asian game, and that will be his last target this year. So he pretty much raced all year round.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he
yeah.
started in as early as
packed calendar.
Yeah, packed calendar. I mean, from Saudi, earlier races in the Middle East, until finishing the Southeast Asian game in December. So there was no rest period for him. There was no off season for him. Here we go again. XDS Astana team is leading the front. While followed by the Chengdu rider and Etnan from the Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah, they just passed the secondary school of Merchang. On Merchang, secondary school in Merchang. Still school day. It's a school day. So we'll appreciate the teachers for allowing the kids to go out and celebrate these riders, welcoming the riders, I would almost say. Oh yes, so there's only 3 riders. Yep, 3 riders still in the breakaway. Slightly decreased, but not much, by 10 seconds the gap. But 3 riders. Again, Ayman Rosli in the second wheel, in the front, Yauhen Sobal, and last but not least, rider number 72 from Burgos Berpele BH, Wojtek Kminik, just pedaling along. These 3 riders as smooth as they can possibly be. So here he is. That is actually the secondary school. Yes, my apologies. So this is actually the secondary school on the right side of the road as the breakaway rider riding across them, maintaining a good pace just to make sure that you know, as we've talked earlier, you know, once you're in a breakaway, you have to be allies for a little bit until probably you reach the intermediate sprint, and then you can do whatever you want, and then all right, so you're done, you got whatever you want, all right, let's ride together again. Yep. Making sure that everyone's on a good pace, you know. So when the key is that when the first rider pull off, the second rider does not surge, right? So that you don't wanna cause the rider behind you to surge as well, burn some matches.
Yeah, you want to keep a smooth rotation as possible. It's almost like a team time trial. So once you pull off, you want to ease off, so the rider behind you just keeping a steady pace, overtaking you, not making any effort. The reason they're doing that is by keeping a steady pace, riders are staying fresh, and that with still 100k, more 110k to go, the trios need to work together and preserve each other's energy, and until probably a good place to attack. If this trio are still ahead of the peloton with a minute gap, then the last KOM points may be a good place. 15k to the finish will be a good place to launch the attack.
Oh, yes.
Trying to drop your friend who has been the last 100k, has been your ally, and then you suddenly become a rival, and in order trying to make to the finish line and trying to take the stage victory, because that would be great to see if the last KOM points will be the launching pad for an attack among the trios.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that can also cause some issues for these sprinters teams, because that's like 15 kilometer to go until the sprint finish, right? So they got to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, they got to be a little bit more careful. Just making sure that the breakaway or attack does not go too far, because otherwise it's going to take some monumental effort to bring back, and that could potentially, you know, kill the sprinters if the pace goes too on and it becomes too surgy. So yeah, so it'll just be interesting to see how these guys tackle that last kilometer, that last King of the Mountain in this stage. Yeah, we were still trying to understand what's the aim for this Chengdu DYC. Where they put their rider in front here, trying to control the pace. But yeah, be interesting to know what do they have in plan for the team today.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. You have a rider in the front in the breakaway, and then you also have a rider sitting on the front of the peloton. I don't think he's chasing, but judging from the time gap, it is not like he's not trying to slow him down either. Probably he's just trying to keep a steady pace and preventing any surges. But yeah, you don't see that very often. I mean, typically when you have a rider in the breakaway, your own teammates in the breakaway, you're probably just sitting second on the wheels, just trying to prevent additional rider of the leading team from working too much. But he is actually rotating to the front and actually doing some work.
Yeah, I think what he should have done is what Vadim Pronsky is doing, just sitting in on third wheel, right? Adnan, sorry, my apologies.
So
what Adnan is doing,
just sitting there and not disturbing the the pace.
Yeah, so
But
just let two people doing the work.
Right?
So what he should have done is just stayed there and just let these two Astana in front do the work.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely. Maybe
Unless they have different plans,
Maybe
right?
a different plan. Maybe
Yeah.
the team manager says, no, we don't go for the break. And here you go. Then you have a rider in the break. And then maybe the team manager says, oh, I don't like this. We'll go ahead and send somebody to pull them back. So it is strange. It is strange. But maybe the team manager have a different plan. And maybe he has a better idea than us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were not in their team meeting for obvious reason. So we don't know what they have in plan. But yeah, it's good to see. But also, I guess we haven't seen much of Chengdu. We haven't said much about Chengdu, so it's probably a +1 for them as well. Now we are actually talking about Chengdu, Chengdu DYC cycling team. But anyway, so here is in the front of in the breakaway group, 3 riders still working together. The gap have decreased by 10 seconds now, so from 145 to 135. Again, some beautiful drone shots. Basically, the whole ride and the whole race for today is going to be a coastal ride. And you imagine just a beach. All these beaches that all these people in Terengganu is just behind your doors. It's just basically, you open the back door and that's it, right? You can see beautiful beaches, and then it's kind of interesting. Like I've been in Terengganu for like a week or so, like just over a week. And I find that the people are very relaxed. They're not chasing anything. It's just like just living life as what life gives you, I suppose. They're not chasing anywhere. They're not, like honking on the road or like cutting people into traffic or anything.
Right. Yeah. I think the relaxed lifestyle. I mean, when you're on the beach, you look in the ocean. I think people say, people always told me, if you look at ocean like which we're seeing right now, you're probably a very calm person.
All right. Okay.
Right. If you like to look at a mountain. That you probably have a different personality. You like the dramatic up and down. So
interesting.
Maybe that's we do. I mean, we can look it up AI and just get an idea how to take a personality test. But meanwhile, I just want to point out. So you mentioned earlier, Terengganu cycling team is supported by the Terengganu state.
Yeah.
Chengdu is actually a city in China. It's a major city in China. But the reason I know that is because my cousin actually lives in Chengdu, and we visited, me and my wife, we visited on the way to Tibet, on a holiday trip to Tibet. We actually stopped in Chengdu. We spent a night there, and it was very nice. And that's where the panda, the giant panda, they have the conservation center at the Chengdu, so you can actually go and see how they bred panda and panda cubs, and then turn them into adult. And so because their effort of Chengdu of the panda breeding, so panda is no longer an endangered species.
Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know.
And that's so because of the wildlife conservation, so you can actually reverse the human damage have done to the animal, and then they actually bred and now become non-endangered. Doesn't mean that you should go out and then they go hunt panda, but because the effort they put in to reverse the environmental and the wildlife damages. So that's a great job by the city of Chengdu, but also Terengganu have done similar with the turtle. They have really trying to rebreed, trying to protect the breeding ground for the turtle, and I think it is a law. There are laws to protect them. If you were to take the eggs and so forth, then that can be punished by the law. So here's a look at the Chengdu rider, Soba, and I'm trying to see what nationality is he. So that's a different flag.
For sure.
I think it's. Boy, it will come to my head. It's not Russia, and I think it's the Allied state.
Yeah, Belarus. Belarusian cyclist. He's a Belarus. Yeah. Also, Burgos is the name of a place in Spain as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you actually see the point. Burgos is also a local state, local province of Spain.
Yeah.
So there you go. So all 3 riders there are representing a geographic. Burgos, it is a
city in Spain.
A city, a province in Spain, a city in Spain.
A city Especially in Spain, yeah.
There you go. So, you know, you get to know Burgos. So if you ever visit Spain, do stop Burgos. And that's obviously one region in Spain, and I'm sure it's beautiful as well. And so if you ever go visit China, so Chengdu is a city that you can stop in. If you come to Malaysia, Terengganu is definitely a cycling state. So if you ever get a chance to.
For sure. I mean, there's a few places that you can visit as well in Terengganu. We have, for example, the Payang market, where you want to buy some kind of local handicrafts. So that's like the local market in the Terengganu Payang market, which is basically in the Kuala Terengganu. And then the iconic, now Terengganu has a drawbridge as well, people don't know, which is basically inspired from the Tower of London.
Yeah.
You know, it's, I guess, the only one in this region, I suppose. That's what it's the only one in this region. Basically, it was basically in a highway to connect from the Kuala Terengganu to a place called Seberang Take. Basically, now you have a direct road to the airport, pretty much.
Right. Yes. We just wrote that in our TSG Shimano Fellowship ride. So we actually rode across that bridge.
I mean, it's quite steep though.
Yeah, it's
about 7%. I mean, it's quite a drag. I remember because like they last year they organized obviously that local race Tour Gate, where the final stage is basically a crit going up and down that bridge.
You're probably going at a race pace 5 times, 10 times. Yeah, that little hill becomes. It becomes
because the thing about that course is like you go up that bridge, you go down, and you make a U-turn.
There you go.
Yeah,
you slam on the brake, and you're bombing down the hill.
And you know what's the worst part?
You're accelerating.
You're just passing the bridge. The front is already climbing the bridge. It's like, okay, there's no way I'm catching back.
That's demoralizing.
You saw on the other side of the road. Oh, that's the front of the race. Yeah. Okay.
So you're only making the descent. Meanwhile, the front of the race is making the climb. So there you go.
That's one of the attractions. Obviously, they have there's a Chinatown as well. In Terengganu. Obviously, some museum that talks about the history of Terengganu, the Islamic culture. There's a lot of beautiful mosque over there. They call it the shining jewel on the river. They call it Crystal Mosque.
On the river. It's very beautiful. Very beautiful.
So there's a few places that you can go and then visit in the state of Terengganu. Obviously, there's the sea turtle conservation. I believe not far from Dungun. I believe Rantau Abang, and also if there are any Terengganu people in the live commentary, let us know. Let us know where is a good spot for either food or for touristy spots. You know, I do know there's a Kenyai Lake not far from Terengganu.
So Kenya Lake, we haven't visited this year's edition. We're not visiting Kenya Lake, but in the past they have gone to the finishing Kenya Lake. Beautiful. I think one of the largest lake in Southeast Asia.
Absolutely right.
And with tons of wildlife, diversity, and also fish, and it is. I had the fortune of visiting it a few times.
A beautiful riding up there.
Beautiful riding up there. Yes, we rode up there.
It's a climb. It's a climb.
It's a climb. And we rode with my friend from Polygon and also from Maroda Link, Daniel, and Zandy from Polygon. So we did. We were talking about let's take a ride, since we had a bike ride. And they were asking me, so where should I go? I said, one of the most beautiful places got to be Kenya Lake. And they didn't expect it was going to be 100. I think it was 140 kilometer ride.
All right. So that's not too bad. 140 kilometer. Yeah.
So, but it was beautiful. And then when we get to the end, it was a bit hilly.
Yes.
But then they absolutely enjoyed it because they never been to that part riding, especially riding to there, and certainly enjoyed the ride. And then I punctured on the way back.
Oh no!
And then I was on a tubular, and I punctured.
No.
And we had to wait for our team driver to come and pick me up. So that was the return part was not great, but the getting there was really nice.
So the live comment has been pretty interesting so far. So everyone's appreciating Terengganu. good spots for people, for the viewers. You know, we have obviously this is a English commentary. We have a lot of international viewers, so let people know and the live commentary where's a good place to visit. While we are looking at the race, here's a GPS. So they're not far from Dungun. They're about to reach the place called Rantau Abang. And they're about to reach Dungun, where the second intermediate sprint will be. I mean, I think it's a common route, and I believe that the likes of sprinters, Harif Saleh, Terengganu cycling team, I think Terengganu people are quite commonly riding through this road. They will like go from here to Dungun and maybe ride back, and come here to Kemaman and then ride back. You know, it's going to be a big day for them. But yeah, it's just a never-ending for them. It's just a never-ending straight road.
yeah, but you got the beach view, so you know,
it's a beautiful beach view for sure. And the one thing that I think we forgot to mention about riding in Malaysia, you don't need to rely sometimes on gas station.
Oh,
yeah, with the roadside stall, there's so many roadside stalls.
There's so many good food. I do know a lot of my friends who enjoy riding. I think they enjoy the eating part of the riding more than the riding part.
It's a common thing that you go on a 4-hour ride. 2 hours of it is riding and 2 hours of it is eating.
So we talk about, you know, Malaysia just full of great food.
Okey, Lily berada di hadapan Sekolah Kebangsaan Pulau Serai bersama dengan siapa penolong kanan, namanya?
Ahmad Rozali.
Okey, cikgu, boleh kongsikan sikit bila dapat tahu LTDL Langkawi lalu di bahagian depan sekolah ni, mungkin apa yang cikgu dah prepkan untuk murid-murid ni semua?
Okey, baik, kita bersedia untuk memberi sokongan kepada tim LTDL Langkawi, dan pada hari ini kami bersemangatlah untuk menyambut kedatangan tim daripada LTDL Langkawi.
Cikgu, rider ramai asal daripada Terengganu. Mungkin apa yang cikgu nak bagi kata-kata semangat kepada rider-rider ni, cikgu?
Okey, semangat kepada tim Terengganu. Moga berjaya untuk menjadi johan untuk LTDL Langkawi pada tahun ini. Kami dari SK Pulau Serai sangat-sangat berbangga kerana menyertai LTDL Langkawi pada kali ini.
Terima kasih, cikgu. Oh, ni ramai kat sini. Ni nama siapa ni? Sabar.
Basikal mari dah.
I don't think I have time, so I have failed that every time. So, but if you are watching, please just let me know, drop a pin, let me know the exact location. So next time I'm there, I'll just go and buy that and make the wife happy.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna type in the live commentary, like so that people put in suggestion. Okay, so let us know where is a good keropok leko.
Yes. In Terengganu.
Place in Terengganu. Let's help Denny out.
Yep. Please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We gotta help him save his marriage.
Here we go. Back in the race. So we're back into, let's get to the front.
I mean, it's lunch hour.
Yeah, it is lunch hour, but it's the front. So the trail are opening up slightly gaps. So maybe the Chengdu riders indeed controlling the pace on the front of Peloton, not letting this trail get caught too soon. So he's doing a very good job of it. So kudos. So Chengdu, Bogus, and as well as Terengganu rider representing 3 different regions of their country, and so doing a fantastic job of getting themselves seen and known. Meanwhile, keeping the gap at 2 minutes. And they're going, we just saw they were going, you know, look like they're just coming there for a ride, but they're going at 45, 46K, 47K an hour. I mean, this year's Tour of Langkawi, you know, edition, the average speed has been blisteringly hot.
Oh yeah, it's just as hot as the weather.
Exactly. Stage 1, we saw 48, excess of 48K an hour. It was a relatively shorter stage, and 2 hours, and it was a 2-hour race, and was averaging 48. And stage 2 was 46K an hour.
That's right. Yep.
And yesterday, including the 2,000-meter climb, and it was still averaging around 44k.
Oh wow!
45,
Wow,
45K
that's
an
not
hour.
far off from the flat stage on stage 2.
Exactly, exactly. So
I mean, it just I guess it probably just shows like how much they were driving the pace after the climb.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So they're certainly doing that. And meanwhile, in the back of Peloton, the Malaysia Pro Cycling team.
Yeah, that was the rider, one of the Malaysian rider that survived with the first group.
Yeah,
Zulfikri, with his very distinctive hair.
Yeah, he has his very distinctive hair and yes, very small frame. But
I mean, he had a good mountain bike season as a junior.
Okay.
Yeah, so I gotta do a research, but that's where I guess how he was known. And then obviously he was absorbed into the road cycling scene through Malaysia Pro Cycling. Yeah, he did pretty well in the mountain bike scene. So that's rider Zulkifli, or more commonly known as Tene.
A lot of younger riders starts off in a different discipline of cycling. It could be a BMX, it could be track cycling, or a lot of mountain biking. That's actually started their cycling career, and then they switch it off to the road. So so a lot of we've seen even the pro peloton. Some triathlete as well.
Right,
and they started in I think Cameron Worth was a roller. He was a roller or triathlete.
He was doing a bit of both, I think. I mean, he was while he was racing at Ineos, he's still doing his triathlon.
Yeah, he's still doing. I think he's still doing.
I remember he become like a bit of a sensation when he started running after Paris-Roubaix.
Right.
He finished at Paris-Roubaix, and then he did like I don't know however many kilometer run.
For training for the Ironman.
Like he uses Paris-Roubaix as training, so that is just insane.
So here we go. So a lot of athlete that starts off in a slightly different discipline, endurance sports. They end up doing cycling, and they probably find the cycling, road cycling, is their best sports among the 3 sports, and they go on from triathlon, swimming, cycling, then decide to just focus on cycling. And then a lot of them do go backward and do go from cycling and then become a triathlete. There's no other. Alexander Vinokurov, the father of Nicholas Vinokurov and Alexander Vinokurov in this race, that he after his cycling career, he actually become very competitive triathlete for his age group, and I think he won the world champion. I'm not mistaken, the half Ironman distance for his age group. So there you go. And another shout out to another ex-Terengganu cycling team rider, Artem Ovechkin, who's a former winner of this race. And I see from his Instagram, he's doing a little more triathlon or duathlon, right? A little bit running. So typically, cyclists don't like to run.
No, I don't.
So, but certainly the cycling does help. Definitely, no question, improve your stamina and cardiovascular. And compared to running, it does the same, but obviously running does a lot more harm to maybe joints. It requires a lot more impact on the joints. So a lot of them doing cross training. A lot of runners, ultra runner, doing cycling as a cross training. So that's very common. Here we go. The Bulbous rider is looking really good on the bike.
Yeah, he's really good on the bike. And then I think there's a common theme these days is that people are using this so-called aero chain rings. Chain rings, like a fully covered chain rings. Obviously, Ayman Rosti is just having a standard Dura Ace chain ring, whereas Burgos have this FSA aero chain ring, and I'm not sure what the particular chain ring is, sort of like blacked out. But so it does actually save you some watts as well, apparently. So I remember I was reading a test back then, this is probably early 2000s, when I think Zip did his VUCA crank arm. I don't know if you remember the Zip's aero crank arm.
Zip one.
So they did a testing back then in I can't remember which wind tunnel, but they saw, I guess, for margin of error, but it was savings upwards of 21 watts.
Okay,
at 50
wow.
kilometer per hour.
Okay.
Yeah, so 40, 50 kilometer per hour. So yeah, it's not insignificant. I guess if you pull it back, you factor in the margin of error. So I think easily probably 10 watts of savings.
Okay.
Yeah. So apparently there is some saving riding this aero chaining, and also being a little bit more solid, it has a little bit more stiffness to it as well. Yeah.
It does look nice. I do agree.
Oh, yeah.
It definitely looks nice especially on the TT bike. I think it looks nice. Just looks futuristic.
Yeah.
So maybe that's
apparently
something.
it's a theme these days for especially something like a more I guess aftermarket setup, like Burgos are riding full FSA setup here. K-Force power box with power meter.
Yeah, they're using the FSA crank as well, right?
Yeah. FSA crank arms. It's built in with the power meter. And the special aero chain rings. Nowadays they come up with like full carbon chain rings as well.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
wow.
Right. Tadej Pogacar uses it.
Yeah. Tadej Pogacar uses the carbon tie, which is like a the teeth bit is still aluminium.
Okay.
It's just like an aluminium, just a carbon, I guess. How do I say, carbon plus aluminium construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So FSA is going like a full carbon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wonder the durability on that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They claim this to be a little bit better, but yeah, they claim it to be a little bit better than aluminium. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, at the back of the peloton, I think the rider just from Hong Kong. Is that? He's not. I thought he's getting a lot of waters, putting stuffing in the front of the jersey, but it seems like he's just he's just riding along. They are the back of the peloton is still very calm. The riders are just keeping it at a fairly steady, very steady pace, and just trying to save their energy as much as they can. Although technically it's still very hot.
Oh yes, it is.
It is.
It's the humidity. Like the numbers doesn't do its justice. Like it's 27, it's 30 degrees Celsius, but when you're there, it's not 30 degrees Celsius. It doesn't feel like 30 degrees Celsius. It feels more like 35 to 38 degrees Celsius. Right. Especially at this time of the day.
And here's number 24, Berta.
He's
and he's done a lot of work, I mean, he got a couple podium also. He's doing the bulk of the work, the final lead out man for Alexander Kristoff. So he's definitely resting his legs right now after a fast and a lot of climbing stage yesterday. So he is sitting on the back, just resting off, because I'm sure he's going to be called up to the duties in the last last 10 kilometers. He'll definitely be on the front, and especially into the last 1K. If he can lead out Kristoff into the last corner, the 400-meter corner, and put Kristoff in a really good position, that's their best chance of the victory, which is there. So much had been talked about the Alexander Kristoff to finish up his highly decorated career.
Oh yes, for sure.
And the honor of having him finish off his career with a victory in the 2025 PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi would be like icing on the cake.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, we talked about this. It'd be even better if he could finish it off in Kuala Lumpur city centre, KLCC. It'd be majestic. The backdrop is amazing over there. The iconic of obviously PETRONAS is also Malaysia landmark, and also a good highlight for us, the organisers of Tour de Langkawi. To get someone like Alexander Kristoff to finish off his race in Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah.
With 91.8 kilometer to go, they're heading towards the second sprint intermediate point.
Still a bit away to go, 16 kilometers.
Yes.
So, but these three riders right now just keeping rolling, and the gap is increasing slightly to 2 minutes and 15. So
everyone looks comfortable. Like no one's, you can see people are hurting from their facial gesture, from their facial expressions, but everyone looks pretty comfortable. No one's looked like they're gasping for air. So just maintaining a good aerobic effort here, swapping turns nicely, making sure they're fueling. I mean, we've seen many times they've called for some hydration or food from the car. We've got some replay as well. Wojtek was just, you know, stuffing his face with food.
Yeah.
it's important to eat, you know. Sometimes it's not about today's stage. Sometimes you gotta fuel to make sure you're ready for tomorrow's stage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, because like once you eat when you're hungry, that's when you're playing catch up. When you're playing catch up, it's too late.
Absolutely.
You know, you hit the wall, you're bonking, and it's just really, really hard to recover from that.
Absolutely. So it's for all the weekend warrior out there, make sure to hydrate and also to eat while on the bike. You know, and always my advice always to the weekend warrior, like, you can eat whatever you want before the ride, and during the ride you will not gain too much weight.
Yeah.
But if you are chucking down, you know, like big bowl of rice or noodle after the ride, yeah, you should eat moderately to recover, but don't stuff yourself with too much. So looking at somebody stuffing their jersey, that's the race leader, Malu Chelli.
Yeah, Malu Chelli.
From the XDS, Xtana team. And he's just, let's see how many bottles. Well, you know, he's stuffing the ice in his neck. Yeah, should stay
I'll
cool.
say he's asking for more stuff. Take some bottle as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's Mark Renshaw in the car, former lead-out man from Sir Mark Cavendish.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a critical individual in Mark Cavendish's success in the Tour de France.
He's kind of like the Bricka for the Christoph.
For Christoph, for sure.
It's, he was the crucial lead-on man for Mark Cavendish. Yeah, so it's who retired just last year.
Yeah, he did.
Just last year.
Yeah, just last year after he got the 35th stage win.
Exactly, and
just one stage beating Eddie Merckx.
And his last race event was the Singapore criterium, right? So he got a nice send off, and so I think. That's a good way to retire with making the histories, and certainly
that's true.
I'm wondering what his career, what his life plan after.
No idea. I mean, he's been around. He was at the Worlds doing a little bit of you know, social media stuff, interviewing and everything. You know, maybe he wants to be the next Jeff. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's been around. I think a lot of ambassadorship for like Oakley's and a few other things, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have his WhatsApp number. Otherwise, I would have.
You can ask
him.
Mark Renshaw.
We can ask Mark Renshaw.
I'm sure he knows.
Yeah. But interesting though, he didn't. It wasn't part of his plan to continue racing in 2024. Yeah, but then there was the two main decisions that allowed him to continue racing. Number one was this story I got from our APAC ambassador for Vision, right? So he shared me this story. He said that it was two things that made him race for 2024, because he made a statement. He was done. You know, it was good enough to have same stage wins as Eddie Merckx, but you know, it was this two particular situation that made him go and do one more. Number one was everyone in the family voted that he should race another year. You know, that means like his wife and also his kids wanted him to race for another year and go for that 35th stage win. And then also he was given the authority or green light by Vinokurov. He was Astana, you know, he was obviously his last year was with Astana. He was given the green light by Vinokurov to sort of curate and make the team from the lineup and also to the equipment according to what he wanted it to be, right? So that's why you see some major transfers, you know, like Michael Morkow transferred to the team, you know, a few other riders transferred into the team. Mark Renshaw become the DS, and then obviously the equipment change. You know, they were on different kind of wheels the year before, so they brought in FSN Vision to sort of like to have his input and make the equipment the way he wanted it to be, and a few other things as well. So that's why he decided to go and race again for another year, and you know, everything falls into places. He got the 35th stage wins.
Right. Because I think in 2023 was he was targeting the victory.
Yeah, and then
but he had crashed out.
Yeah,
right,
he crashed out
of the tour, and then so he thought he was gonna stop, but I think it was I think the crucial part you mentioned was a family support.
Oh yeah,
I think if the wife and the kids doesn't want him, he is a family man, so we have seen it. He's very close with his kids, and like all these guys, most of these guys has family, but the family support is crucial. Because it's not an easy job.
It's not your average 9 to 5
Kumpul mata ganjaran tak pekat di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercedes Rewards.
A couple hours and they go home. But most times they're racing, they're on the roads, probably like 80 to 100 days.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles
3 to 4 days, they're on the road. I mean, they are constantly, when they're away,
beyond
like the race like Tour de France, they're away for like 3 weeks. And sometimes training camp like 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks at a time. And when they even go to Kuala, you imagine you have to travel to the race, a couple days before the race, and then you have a long travel back to the race. That's like 10 days easily.
Easy, yeah,
easy.
for
And,
sure.
And many of these are, I mean, obviously if they're young riders, I mean, they have young families. I know like Terengganu cycling team, Stefan De Bon, our riders, certainly he's very close to his family, and we know like they can only talk on the phone, on the WhatsApp videos, and then there's a time difference. And when they're a different part of Asia, then in Europe, it's still evening time. So. Yeah, but having that support is crucial for the rider's success. So,
100%.
So that's Mark Cavendish certainly has a great family support him, and now he's done a great job to support them. So it goes both ways. So there you go. You know, it's advice for happy marriage.
For sure, you got to go both ways. You know, they call it, you got to get your visa.
Yeah, I'm on the weekend warrior.
They always talk about getting the visa.
When is your visa expire? I need to be home by 12 o'clock. My visa expired at noon time. So there you go. So I think we certainly appreciate the family support to allow us to ride on the bike. I mean, even if you're not a professional cyclist like these guys we're seeing here, traveling 25% and spending 20% of the time on the road. But riding on the bicycle, you spend like whole morning on the bike. It's also dangerous. I mean, we do know. I mean, you are exposed to the element, the car, the track.
Tahu tak, Papa Sofia kan suka tolong orang. Dia suka buat Mama senyum. Lepas tu, pandai buat magic. Sebab tu Sofia sayang Papa.
Lah, guna Mercedes Rewards sayang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercedes Rewards.
the strategy, how many watts you should be pushing, how fast you should be going to allow the interest, to allow the race to be more interesting. But however, at least some information to feed to the rider to at least let them know there's a dangerous corner coming up and dangerous part of the road, maybe road surface. I think that would be good. So we'll see if the UCI changes that. Because I know earlier this year they were in Spain in the junior race. There was a rider that unfortunately passed away from the accident. Because they were
that's sad news.
They were bombing down on the road, and they were going really fast, and they entering into a very, very tight corner. Literally like a tight corner with a wall. And so the rider smashed into the wall, and unfortunately, young guy had passed. The Rumball, the riders, Saint Rumball, the Malaysian rider, his brother was in that race.
Oh no!
And he told me that his son, his brother Ranhan, told me about that afterward, and he was involved in that crash. Several riders, 20 riders.
Wow. Okay.
So, what's up?
Just under 10 kilometers to go until we reach the second intermediate sprint in Dungun, which is befitting to sprint in Dungun because that's the town of our local pocket rocket man, Azizul Hasniawan.
Yes.
Yes, a very formidable track figure in the track cycling scene. A former world champion, 2017.
Double Olympic medalist.
Double Olympic medalist. 2017, he was a world championship in the Kirin event. I guess that's where he made his name, Kirin, and also sprint event. But he's more of a Kirin rider because there's a lot of tactical elements to it compared to sprint. And so that's this is his hometown, Dungun, Terengganu, as you're seeing in the live feed at the moment. So again, another top cyclist.
Local legend. He's a global legend.
He's a global legend.
Global legend. Pardon me. I'm sure Azizul is probably watching this race. It's global. Pardon me. And a very humble guy. Very nice guy. I remember having to bump into him in a shopping mall in the Mid Valley, and I think I had injured my meniscus or something. And I was limping around like an old man I am, and he actually walked up to me and out of blue, and he said, "Danny," and I go like, I was shocked, and someone like him, Olympic medalist, double Olympic medalist, and came up to me and say hello, and and I think people around me was like, wow, who is this guy? Certainly
everyone knows Azizul Hasniawan.
Who's that me? I certainly don't deserve the honor of having him greeting me, but he's very humble and very good example for the Malaysian cyclists, not only cyclists, not only the public, right? Because he's a man. We talk about, on the track cycling, you typically see guys maybe more built like Maricelli and Alvin Decline. They're huge, bigger build, but because you need that maximal power. I think we're getting ready close to the sprint, but no, we're still 6K away. But he's a fairly small figure. We have seen photos of him on the podium.
Yeah, he's like, I think if you put it in centimeters, he's about 165 centimeters. Something.
Right? So technically, physically, you wouldn't think he's a sprinter. He's a track sprinter, but he's obviously a very dedicated and very disciplined person, and a clear focus. And he had a target goal and become one of the best sprinter in Kirin rider in the world. And and he set a good example for Malaysian athlete, and not only athlete, but general public. And he had a vision of becoming the world best. And I think that's something that should be a shout out, and he should be a golden example of a Malaysian, just general. I mean, he's certainly carrying himself very well. In fact, he's still riding. I mean, even at the age of 40, he's still racing. And I think his next target is Asia Cycling Championship. I was talking to his coach, John Beasley, who is also now John Beasley is an Australian, becoming a local legend because everybody in Malaysia knows him because he certainly helped Malaysian cycling tremendously. Though he a big instrumental part of the Azizul's success. And he certainly said, so he has set a good example and has appreciated both their contribution to the Malaysia cycling. And we hope yeah, Aziz will continue racing and hope he get his shot at the gold medal.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
he has a bronze and a silver, and narrowly missed it. And I certainly hope he can continue and give Malaysia the first gold medal in the Olympics.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a long-needed gold medal from Azizo. But yeah, you see, I mean, at this age, obviously, he's gonna take it year by year. I had a short conversation with him a while back. I was just thought, I was invited to come to a ride, and then he's there. Like I wasn't expecting he's gonna be there. It's like he was there, and then obviously I was like, overwhelmed. I was like, oh my god,
Starstruck.
Starstruck. Yeah, that's the word. I was like starstruck. Oh my god, Azizo Hasni is here.
Did you sprint with him? And
I wanted to, but then we were like, we had a few other guys with us. We got to make sure we ride in a straight line. And so I was like, oh. I think we got to do on the next one. It was like, yeah, let's do it the next time we meet.
there you go. You lost your chance of beating him.
Oh
on the sprint.
yeah, I need to go again. We need to go. I've already talked to him. He said like, okay, next time we ride, we do it.
Okay.
Get someone to do a video and then put it on Instagram.
That would be great to see.
Yeah. But yeah, he's definitely a good sport. Definitely a good sport. Definitely good person, good individual. Not just cyclist, but all around a very good gentleman. He's inspired a lot of cyclists, a lot of young cyclists. I mean, I was there in Australia. I mean, his name was very well known in Australia as well, especially in track cycling.
Yeah.
I did a lot of criterium when I was in Australia. So I mean, my size is about his size. So people like oh yeah. This Malaysian always produces a lot of good sprinters.
Yep.
Apparently, yeah.
And that's why he's getting the nickname Pocket Rocket, because he's smaller size,
That's
but
right.
he is so fast. He's a rocket.
Yeah.
Talk about rocket. Surprisingly, we don't see a rocket in this breakaway.
Oh, no. What happened to the 200 euros? I'm sure you're listening to the live commentary. The DS of rockets. What's your name here? Let me find you.
Yeah.
The rocket.
We were expecting
DS.
another Unibed rocket in this breakaway.
Yeah, Vic. So Vic, I'm sure you're listening to the rocket. So yeah, we were sort of expecting to see a rocket rider here in the breakaway, but they're nowhere to be here. I guess you got other plans today. But other than that, we are the breakaway and the peloton. We are 2 minutes and 25 seconds gap. The gap grew a little bit, approaching the second intermediate sprints with 78.4 kilometers. Not long now until they reach the second intermediate sprint in Dungun. And look at it's a very windy day here. Look at the Malaysian flag. It is basically blowing them sideways. It's a crosswind coming from the left side of the road.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the race, and that is one potential. So we're seeing the crosswind, the flag are flying from left to right, so there's a crosswind from the left side. So now that's going to be interesting. Now, is there any team is going to take up the effort on the front, jump the peloton, so-called, and create a surprise and trying to split the peloton and drop the favor rider. So that would be, and that's crucial, right? If you get a time gap before tomorrow's Fraser, the penultimate climb, and that would give you a huge advantage at the start. So meanwhile, back in this trio, so we're approaching the second intermediate sprint, just 2K to go to the second intermediate sprint, and I see Ayman Rosley tidying up the dials on his Shimano cycling shoes, make sure that he can get the maximal points on the second intermediate sprint.
So, Danny, I'm trying to understand. Obviously, Ayman Rosley is not in contention for the Asian classification anymore, considering where he is sitting in the classification. So, what would and obviously his teammate is there. Vadim Polonsky is holding the jersey at the moment. So, what is the main reason Ayman is going for the intermediate sprints at this point?
Well, he could collect points for the points classification, and he obviously was on the breakaway on day one. He had some points, so he's not a sprinter. So he cannot contest for the points classification at the end of the race, but he can collect a lot of intermediate points, sprint points in between, and that's still significant a number of points. It adds up, and he could be on the podium. Unlikely he could probably be on winning the points classification, but he could be on the podium on the final orange jersey points classification. That's one possible reason for that. Or sometimes, it's also good to show It is the home state of the Terengganu cycling team. It's also to show that they to the fans and to the public that they are active in the race, contesting these intermediate sprints. And also there could be some €200 prize money on the intermediate sprint that he wants to share with his teammates, and that's also could be the reason. I did not talk to the DS.
Okay.
I did talk to the DS briefly yesterday, but about another issue. But the next race they're preparing, which is the Kyushu and the Taihu.
All right.
So talk about the long season. That this is not the last race of the Terengganu cycling team. But I didn't talk about the tactic.
For sure.
As Saifu has had done a very good job by that, and they certainly don't want to interfere with their strategy.
Yeah.
And even I know I wouldn't be talking about on the public news, public television either. But honestly, I don't know. But certainly that could be the reason. We can have a talk with Ayman Rosli afterward and see what's the logic in fighting for these intermediate bonuses and time.
All right, so just about almost a kilometer to go from now until the sprint, second intermediate sprint, and also potentially, you know, trying to. About 1 kilometer until the second intermediate sprints in Dungund, with a gap of 2 minutes and 25 seconds into the Peloton. Let's see what's the game plan for today. Everyone is still riding quite calmly. No one's looking at the back. No one's looking at one another to see if anyone's going to pounce and go for the maximum points. Ayman Rosli just sitting calmly on the second wheel. Wojtek Minik just finished his pole. Now Ayman Rosli just in front. He looks like he's just maintaining a good pace. Sobal is just behind Ayman Rosli, looking quite calm. Everyone looks quite calm. No one is trying to attack one another and approaching these second intermediate sprints.
Well, yeah, they should just roll through and let Ayman take the maximum points.
Fair enough, yeah. Maybe they made that collision, but we don't know. But yeah, Wojtek seems to skipping the turn at the moment. 500 meters to go. Maybe there's some plans going on. Obviously, we saw in the first intermediate sprint, Sobal is not interested to contest for the sprint. He was not even sprinting out the saddle in the first intermediate sprints. So let's see what is going to happen in this second intermediate sprint. Ayman Rosli looked at the back. Wojtek Minik is getting out the saddles. Ayman Rosli is going. Sprinting, going for the second intermediate sprint. Let's see who got the maximum points. Ayman Rosli or Wojtek? Who is going to get the maximum points? Is it Wojtek or is it Ayman Rosli? Everyone, both of them is still after saddle contesting, and looks like judging from the body gesture, it is Wojtek getting the maximum points. Ayman Rosli just decided not to go any further. Pretty much stopped sprinting about 50 meters to go. Wojtek Minik had a little bit of leave a little bit of a sprinter's gap behind Ayman Rosli so that he gets the speed before he launches his sprint, and from there he got enough gap to Ayman Rosli that he had to work quite hard to bridge across to Wojtek.
Right. Possibly Wojtek is also a GC contender, so maybe Ayman Rosli is just trying to prevent him. But they have a smile, a chat. I think they enjoy the fight for the points, and it is possible that maybe Wojtek is trying to get the bonus time and for the general classification, and Ayman Rosli trying to minimize his bonus advantages, the bonus seconds. However, yeah, it's interesting tactic, but they certainly enjoyed the sprinting effort and having a quick chat and quick smile after the sprint. Because Bogos certainly don't have a outright sprinter in this race, but they came with the GC ambition, especially for Mario Pricio. And Sanbaya, we saw yesterday, was very active in trying to get the KOM jersey. So that's all. This could be a factor. We talk about numerous times that the cycling, it is a moving chess game. It's a moving poker game, moving chess game. Situation changes on the road constantly, and 1 minute you're allied, next minute you're rivals. For the time being, the harmony restored, and the collaboration continues. And now we don't see any more Chengdu rider on the front, just XDS Astana rider. Two on the front, setting the pace with 7-Eleven riders, the whole 7-Eleven team and the Hong Kong team on the front. That's been really interesting to see. But obviously, I think the Peloton is just happy that the guys on the front just taking up blocking out as much as the wind as possible. Just there's no fight for the intermediate points here in the Peloton. They're just rolling through, conserving their energy, waiting for the sprinter teams to pick up the pace later. And everyone are really well organized, and all the teammates are riding together. And it's funny that why do they, it seems like all the team, the riders from the same team, they all bunch together in one group within the Peloton. Any reasons, any particular advantage for that?
To be honest, I'm not sure what the plan is. Normally, they're riding together either to save some legs for the, I guess, for the team leader, for the sprinters, or they're riding together if they're lining up for something. For example, we're looking at lead-out train and stuff. But I think, I don't know. In this particular race, I'm not sure what is the case, but I think you can agree as well with me, like riding alongside your teammate gives you that sense of security a little bit, sense of security. Maybe it's halfway through the race, everyone's kind of tired a little bit, just have that sense of security, and then, you have your teammates next to you, you feel a little bit more secure, a little bit more safe, and, if you have other riders, other riders might not be interested whether you're not feeling good or not, but, if you're riding with your teammate, it's easy to ask for bottle, or if you have extra gels or whatever, it's easier to ask for that. I think it's more of a sense of security more than anything, I believe. Yeah, maybe also a little bit of, in case there's a mechanical issues. Let's say if your team leader has a mechanical issue, here's a replay of the sprint. It's contested between the two riders, but Ayman Rossi just sit up with Voltec taking the sprint with a couple bike lanes pretty easily, and that's and Chengdu rider is not involved in any of that sprint. Oh yeah, for sure. He's just happy to roll through, conserve his energy for later. Yep. And I don't know. Maybe he has a different ambition. Maybe, I don't know, saving the legs for the later part of the race. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. There's points collected by Wojtek. And then Ayman Rosley getting the second. So there's just swap play. So he got the first intermediate sprint. Ayman was first, and then Wojtek was second. Now Wojtek was first, and Ayman is second. Oh yeah. Classification of the overall points is not changing. Matteo is still in the first point. Same points between Avdekline and Erlen Bikla. Obviously, Erlen Bikla finished it off a little bit better yesterday in terms of positioning compared to Avdekline. So the race moves on. Now they are in the feed zone. For those of you that are watching the stage and you want to get something from the team, either bottles or whatever, please make your way into the feed zone. So this is the first feed zone. Oh, sorry, this is the second feed zone. So the next feed zone, the third feed zone, would be let's see, just somewhere after the third sprint at Paka. At Jalan Kampung Cabang near there. So that's this third feed zone. So if you want to get some bottles, be there in the feed zone. So they're just grabbing their lunch. Yeah, it's about 1 p.m. now, local time in Malaysia. Yeah, it's a perfect time for some lunch. Yeah, and just trying to look overall points classification where Ayman Rosley stands. So currently he stands at number 10 with 7 points. That's right. So Maricelli obviously is a clear leader, 42 points. So he's going to collect. So he's already collected 5 points. Five points, for this stage. It's still far off, but we're only halfway through. Only halfway through the Tour de Langkawi. And actually today is stage 4, but the finishing is halfway through. Oh yeah, so we still have halfway to go. Maybe he does intend to collect some more along the way, getting in the break. I'm sure this is not going to be his last breakaway attempt, and I'm sure he's going to be very active. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a day for the climbers for sure, and that's
But also that he has given up a lot of time, 15 minutes yesterday.
Oh yes, for sure.
So he can go on try to collect a lot more points because he's not a threat to the general classification, and then that gives the freedom. We've seen a lot even in the bigger races, right? Even rider with GC pedigree, but if they have a bad day, they end up losing massive amount of time. So they actually purposely letting go the time, but then give them the opportunity for a stage victory because they will be allowed to go up on the tag easier. So just for the viewer who are not familiar with bike racing, so you have the guys who are consistently getting good results day in day out. So those guys will be high on the GC. So we're looking at the feeding, right? We just talk about the DS, the stress of the DS. You're gonna see multiple cars driving by each other with literally no more than half a meter in between them, and then you have riders who are getting the feeding, and then they're gonna roll. You have another car trying to come up from the right side or the left side and trying to avoid hitting the rider while feeding the rider. So
that's chaos.
It's definitely a chaos. It's called the feeding frenzy.
The feeding frenzy.
It's almost like a bunch of sharks going after the kill.
Exactly. So, there you go. Some bottles.
Yeah, going through the feed zones. And these Swaneers, they have done a great job, standing them. They're literally standing in the sun, and just waiting for their rider to pass by. And it's not easy. You think like they are, just standing on the roadside passing a bottle. If you ever get a chance to pass a bottle to the rider who's moving at 45k an hour,
it's not that easy.
It's an art, and it takes multiple practice. And we have seen different videos of Swaneer, like literally have 5 bottles in the arm. There's a rider passing by, and he was able to hand out each bottles to 5 different riders with probably a split of second in between them.
That's right.
So here is Poti visit Malta. The whole team is on the back. So we talk about the riders, the teams. So maybe they need to stay close together. So then if one of rider decide he need to stop for mechanical issues or a nature call, that his teammate waiting for him to get back together, move back together to the peloton with a much easier effort.
That's right.
So that's why they tend to ride together in a group, and and also to especially for the peloton guys in the peloton, like today, if you're not if you're waiting for the final sprint, I mean, there's no any bonus second, there's no bonus time to be picked up. You're just gonna have to sit in, and the best way to kill time is to talk to your teammate.
That's right. That's right. Just talk random stuff. Yeah. For sure.
Here's passing. Is it passing to the school or no?
Not sure. I'm not sure. Let's see. Well, let's see if we've got a visual. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see. That is kilometer 68. Where we are, kilometer 68. Looks like it's a little bit like a college.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a type of college. Yeah, it's called a Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin. Yeah, it's a polytechnic. Yeah. A kind of college. Yeah, a type of college.
So
so there's school on the other side as well.
Yeah. And
what is that? Oh, okay. So that is the primary school. What kilometer is it? No. So
78k to the finish.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go, back in the trail, are still working.
Temperature have risen, definitely, from the start. It started off in Kuala Terengganu at 27 degrees Celsius. We had a bit of a visual just now on screen. Now it has 31 degrees Celsius at the moment. So it's definitely getting hotter. Obviously, the day is getting, obviously now, is 1 p.m. at 12:59 p.m. Someone commented in our live, Hasmat Abdul Aziz. This is a local ACC champion for Masters category. Dr. Hasmat Abdul Aziz. He said, he said, have nasi kerabu while listening to. He is having nasi kerabu while listening to us commentating. Oh, you should have sent some here. You know where we are.
Rub it in. Great. Dr. So yeah, he's been very active in the amateur racing, and he represented Malaysia in the ACC, and he's certainly a medalist. He has a gold medal in time
double
trial.
gold medalist, time trial and road racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So a great character, and I think he actually did the age group race. Probably it's not in the same age group as Alexander Vinokurov, and I think he won in the.
I think he has I think in a couple editions he have actually gone I guess head to head with Alexander Vinokurov. Yeah, for like time trial and stuff.
Yeah. So it's
maybe he should start a team as well.
Is very active in the local local events, and a good character.
Yeah. 2 minutes now. The distance, the time gap have decreased a little bit between the three riders. My apologies. So yes, 3 riders. If you're wondering, we have Wojtek here in Burgos, Burpele BH. And then we have Johan Sobal from Chengdu DYC cycling team, and then we have Terengganu cycling team represented by Ayman Rosli. So the first intermediate sprint was won by Ayman Rosli. Second one was won by Wojtek, where Johan Sobal was not interested in any of those. He just wants to ride along in this breakaway. We saw speed just now, 48-50 km/h, just cruising by these 3 riders. They don't look like they're hurting like we do on our weekend rides.
Well, they do this for a living. That's the reason. Guys like this. In fact, a friend of mine just did his VO2 max testing.
Oh wow! Okay.
So he's definitely a very good amateur rider with a good engine for the amateur standard, and his VO2 was tested around 70, which is not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad
70 is pretty good.
It's pretty good, and
for non-pro.
And just give you an idea. The World Tour riders and the professional riders, the low range will be around 80.
Right.
And so like that's kind of like the minimal, so-called. They said minimum for the riders to have an opportunity to go in pro into the elite level.
Right.
They're about 80, especially in the World Tour level and the pro tour rider, pro riders. They are 80, and then some riders, obviously, like with the like of Tadej Pogačar and Remco Evenepoel, is probably around the 90s, and so that's it's to give you a comparison. The VO2 max is basically the maximum amount of oxygen intake you can the maximum amount of oxygen you can intake per minute, and divided by the weight.
Yes.
So so if you're a lighter rider, but generally you're a lighter rider, you're a smaller frame, and your so oxygen intake total is less, but your body weight is also less. So that can give you a good rating. So if you're a smaller rider with a good engine, with a long capacity, cardiovascular capacity, then you have a very high VO2.
Right.
Or you have guys like Alexander Kristoff. It's a bigger guy, rider, but with a huge engine.
Yes.
Right? I wonder what his VO2 is.
Oh yeah, be interesting to know, wouldn't it?
It's my friend who's a coach, was joking. Norwegian riders probably they're born with like they are 90 VO2 max. So they show like they are strong. They can get over the climb, and even though with a larger stature, they can get over the climb fairly easily, and that's that is crucial for being a professional endurance athlete. However, the interesting fact is the VO2 doesn't dictate how successful you'll be. By no means, like it's not the one with the highest VO2 is a guaranteed winner.
No, for sure.
So this, it's a known fact. We talk about Mark Cavendish. Right. And I think I've read his stories, and like initially he was not even accepted by the British Cycling Academy or Cycling Federation, because his lab testing was fairly low. I mean, he was told that you're never ever going to be a professional cyclist because your number doesn't hit that minimum mark. Right. And I remember reading about it. He said he was really disappointed, and I think almost, and really sad. And And he could have given up in that case. He could have literally gave up and said, hey, listen, my test result shows I am never going to be a professional cyclist.
Yeah, then why bother chasing,
So why
right?
bother do it? So that just shows the resilience of this man. And he gone back and worked hard. And it showed. Showed everyone that not only he deserved to be in the Peloton, and he is the most winningest rider, with more victory than Eddie Merckx.
That's right,
than the cycling god. So it just shows you, like in sports and in life in general, and about test scores or some standardized doesn't dictate your future success. So it's up to your individual to make that things happen.
For sure.
So I think same thing said about Azizu. He wasn't picked to be the most powerful sprinter.
Oh yeah, like I had a chat with him. He's, I mean, for track sprinter, obviously, the context is like he said he's. I mean, his highest when he's fresh is probably only 2,000 watts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's high, but I mean, you put it in the context of even his former, I guess, teammate Rizal Tissin, who went to the Olympic with him in 2008 in Beijing. But he produced 2,500. But then again, you mentioned just now. It's not about the watts.
So that's a really good point I want to mention. You talk about 2,000 watts being on the low side for a track sprinter.
Oh yeah.
So for those who don't have a power meter, or who are not familiar with power, we're just getting a view of Valentin Prosky. I think he's waiting for his team car. Okay, just want to make sure he's not having a mechanical puncture, right? So. Now, for an average road rider or weekend warrior, if you have a sprint of 1,002 sprint, I mean, you're decent. Decent. We have seen some. I remember watching some GCM presenter. They have a hard time hitting the 1,000 watts threshold. However, when it comes to just to announce to everybody, I have very, very hard time hitting 1,000 watts.
Okay, you got to work on your sprint, man.
Absolutely. You know what? If there's a tiger chasing me, and I will be, I still cannot sprint 1,000, right? So, it makes no difference. So, that's my natural physical ability. But for track sprinter, they're doing 2,000 plus. That's considered on the low side. I even remember talking to John Beasley. I was watching the girls, the Malaysian track girls doing the sprints, and I was asking John then how much they sprint. My guess was, I said it was like 1,003, 1,000. He looked at me, he laughed, he goes, no, like the minimum would be like, for these girls would be like 1,005.
Oh wow.
And so no, I didn't tell him I have a hard time hitting 1,000. And I don't think he would respect me ever. As a cyclist.
I mean, it's a completely different discipline, right? It's 100% completely discipline. I mean, you get them to do a 20-minute climb, they probably can't keep up as well, right?
That's
it's
true.
a completely different discipline.
That's true.
But so again, let's a number is number. Obviously, it gives you insights, it gives you information. But then again, your body sometimes are capable of doing a little bit more than what the number says. There's other things, elements in cycling. There's tactical. There's a technique of riding, being more efficient. Being more efficient on the bike allows you to ride faster as well. Knowing how the peloton works gives you an advantage of knowing where to sit and knowing what and when and how to sit in the peloton. So there's, I think professional riders, especially in the peloton, they're not flexing how much watts they're doing, they're flexing how much they're like coasting in the peloton, right? So there's a lot of that as well. That's just not like, let the numbers dictate.
Absolutely. So that's what makes cycling interesting, right? So we see here, it's about
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang kepala rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Tahu tak, Papa Sofia kan suka tolong orang. Dia suka buat Mama senyum. Lepas tu, pandai buat magic. Sebab tu Sofia sayang Papa.
Lah, guna Mesra Rewards je yang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
It's gonna take this, the final intermediate sprint, and the maximum time bonus.
It's like a Coca-Cola sticking out behind Johan Soba.
Yeah. Maybe Soba decided to go for the last intermediate sprint.
Maybe, you know.
I've been letting you two guys have all the fun and all the limelight, and I'm actually been saving my legs. And here we go. Here he's actually standing up, stretching a little bit. He could launch a surprise attack right there.
Yeah, we never know.
That would be a nice surprise.
Yeah. I mean, he's been pretty quiet. He's been doing his job, you know. Doing his job in this breakaway collision, just rolling turns how you normally would, and not get involved in the first two intermediate sprint. But don't know. We just got just under 5 kilometers until the final intermediate sprint points for today's stage.
Yeah, and the time gap has always been consistent, roughly around 2 minutes, and I think one point it did get down to 1 minute and 40, and then the Peloton decided to slow down just a bit, so the trio on the front has a comfortable margin that the XDS Astana team feels that they can bring it back a little bit later. With a pretty easy effort, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
However,
it's almost to the third intermediate sprint in Paka. All right, so this is 54.4 kilometers today. Almost towards the finishing of the race with a gap of 2 minutes and 5 seconds. 1 kilometer. To the third intermediate sprint. So Ayman Rosli is just resting a little bit here with Wojtek Kminik, his other competitor for the past 2 intermediate sprints, is just in front. Looking back there just to see what's going on at the back with 500 meters to go. Ayman Rosli is just getting ready, almost like a track racing scene here. There you go, Ayman Rosli going on the left side of the road, followed by Wojtek Kminik, and Johan Sobal is just softly getting off the saddle. Ayman Rosli get a good gap between him and Wojtek Kminik, full speed ahead, riding, sprinting off the saddle, looking back to see if he got a good gap. Let's see again if Wojtek managed to catch us through. Ayman Rosli gets off the saddle again, making sure he gets the maximum point, 100 meters to go. Looks like it is Ayman Rosli scoring the maximum points, making the home crowd proud.
Yeah, he certainly did his teams proud and the local crowd proud by winning the third and the last intermediate sprint. He started early. He jumped early.
Yeah.
He didn't want to wait and then get surprised, and he was very experienced in waiting on the back of the trio. And then when he launched it, certainly caught surprise Wojtek by surprise, and then he sort of looked back and he see Wojtek coming back to him, and then he speed up, and I think that was a done deal. Let's see if the two riders are going to have a word with each other, and if Wojtek going to congratulate him or is going to be angry at him. So, but well done by Ayman Rosli collecting the maximum time bonus and the points for the third and the last intermediate sprint. Now we got a bit of a 50K to go, and there's still the KOM points that's up for offer. So these three should be getting back or working together again to keep the gap at around 2 minutes, hovering over ahead of the chasing Peloton, which is led by XDS Astana.
So this is the Peloton, just running across the bridge. So this is the river that connects to the ocean on the east coast of Malaysia. So this is the Peloton, pretty much straight line on a straight route. The first half of it, I'm assuming it's pretty much blocked from the wind. Obviously, the wind is coming from the beach, from the ocean. So now there's a little bit more structure, and now I think after the third intermediate sprint, they will go slightly inwards towards the mainland. So a little bit more blocked from the wind. So this is the town of Paka. and Terengganu.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, for a moment there was a bit of wind on the previous intermediate sprint. After they crossed his second intermediate sprint, there was a bit of wind, but then it seems like died down. The trees are not moving, the leaves are not moving, and so that's not a factor in today's stage. But in the past, the wind had played a factor. But today seems like it's cooperating very well, and the Peloton is just keeping a steady chase, one line. So they're going at pretty decent speed now. However, now we see the only two riders on the front, just Soba and Ayman Rosalie, and wondering if Bogos decide to say, okay, job done. We finished 3 intermediate sprint, and it's time to go back to the Peloton. We'll see. Maybe they just have a word with the DS in the team car.
Just want to see what's going on, yeah. But yeah, so speaking of, there's some sites of the some islands on the other side of basically on the top of the screen. So I'm not very sure what specific island is that, but Terengganu has some very beautiful islands for tourist reasons. Obviously, we have the likes of what do you call Redang Island, and also Kapas Island, where you can take the boat from Terengganu, from the mainland Terengganu, and go to the island. Obviously, there are some seasons where you can't go due to the monsoon season. But I think this time of the year, I think the Terengganu people will have to correct me. So I think you need to pick the season for you to go to there. Some beautiful scuba diving stuff that you can do there, and some island hiking and trailing and camping and stuff. Nice. So we saw some visuals on the screen just now. 42.7 km/h average speed. It's not as fast as the previous racing. I'm assuming the wind is giving a little bit of a factor. So at the moment we can see that just now the Malaysian flags by the lamppost is actually waving towards the rider, so waving back towards the rider. So that's signifying some kind of headwind in the affecting the speed of the peloton. And then also obviously we have some sections where we had some very crosswinds. We have some crosswinds coming from the ocean side, so that would have affected how fast the speed of this peloton is going.
Right, and but also one possible that the riders are saving their legs a little bit. Yesterday was obviously a hard day, and tomorrow is going to be a hard day for the GC. It's gonna most likely decide the GC orders, although it's not the final. But it is going to be a mountaintop finish at the Book of Fraser. So there may be some of the teams, the riders are happy just trying to save as much legs as possible for tomorrow's mountaintop finish. It's not a particular hard climb, but it's when you have a climb that's less steep, not like the Genting Highland, and then there are more riders think they're able to win. So that would make the race unpredictable and difficult to control, and potentially more interesting. So that could be the reason for the slightly the wind is definitely blowing. Yeah, it looks like they have having a bit of a headwind, or sometimes look like headwind or side wind.
Yeah, it looks like a headwind. Yeah, the flag is blowing towards the rider.
Toward the rider.
So it's definitely a bit of a headwind. So we talked to I got some aviation friends that says being in this equator, where the weather can be, the wind direction can be all over the place, because of the air humidity is different on the top, and then you get, for example, from like 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. the temperature rises quite rapidly, and then you have this different wind directions due to the temperature and humidity. So they do claim that it's a lot more trickier to land, and I guess the equator country compared to other countries, where the wind direction is a little bit more direct.
Yeah.
So I believe that's a PETRONAS plant.
All right. Okay. In Dongong. So we're still in Dongong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's talk about our main sponsor of this year's Tour de Langkawi is PETRONAS. It's a local energy giant, the main energy company in Malaysia. But they have presence in Thailand as well. I've seen they have a petrol operation in Thailand, but they are in state of Johor. They have a large energy. They not only producing petroleum for their cars, but they also have an energy plant for the electricity, because nowadays I think they're all going toward the gas electricity.
Yeah.
And in Malaysia there are solar farms. I don't see so many wind farms, but solar farms definitely they are close to the Kuala Lumpur International Airport. There's a large there's a solar farm. So here's a replay of today's third intermediate sprint. It's coming up fairly shortly. Here we go. Iman Rossley starts the sprint fairly early. It was almost just less than a 1K to the sprint point. He jumped, and the bogus rider is chasing, and Vortek seems like he's gaining on him, but then Iman Rossley had a quick look behind and speed up.
Get off the saddle again.
Get off the saddle again, and the Vortex said, "Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can have the intermediate."
You can have it. It's yours.
It's yours. Here's your maximum point. But he looked like he's set up. He's no longer in the breakaway, so the trio become duo.
There you go. That's the result for the third sprint. Iman Rossi for max points, maximum time bonus. Wojtek Minek second from Bogus Burpele BH, and last but not least is Johan Sabal. So that's the overall point, still unchanged from these three riders, Malucelli, followed by Our Decline, and also Erden Blikla. So we are in the state of Paku at the moment, just past Dungun. So I just had a quick Google. So apparently there's a lot of PETRONAS power plant around this area. Yeah, so like there's PETRONAS water treatment plant. There's some obviously PETRONAS stations for the gas station, and there's some also some industrial area for PETRONAS for something like petroleum, and petroleum industry here in PETRONAS. So PETRONAS also have some offshore plants here in Terengganu.
Yeah. So for those not familiar, most of the petroleum production in Malaysia is done in the offshore site, and I don't believe there's any land oil plant. So this is all refining petroleum refined, oil and gas, not only the oil, but also oil
absolutely
and gas.
right. Yeah.
So that's a big part of the Malaysia economy, and so we see here ahead of the race, just only two. I think Wojtek decided to say enough is enough, and I've done my job, collecting the intermediate sprints and time bonuses, and it's time for me to rest the leg for tomorrow.
Yeah,
so obviously that's a major. That's it's going to be the deciding factor, deciding stage for the guys involving in the general classification. And it's a duo. The bike looks so similar to each other. It's a different color scheme, but a lot of the latest bike, they adopted to the similar structure. But obviously there's a lot of difference in the minor details.
Yes, for sure.
But from the visually, and I mostly just have this really interesting, like seat is all the way forward, and almost like a time trial bike setup.
Yes.
For him. Yeah.
That's true. Some our viewers mentioned that the island that we can see from the town of Paka just now is called the island of Tenggol.
Okay.
Yeah, so another one of the tourist spots in Terengganu as well. Like I mentioned, Terengganu has a lot of these islands, tourist islands that you can go and have your vacation, enjoy some outdoor nature, camping, hiking, and the likes of that. Scuba diving as well, as you can see how clear the beach is here in Terengganu. So you see that is a PETRONAS power plant. So there's PETRONAS staff in this yellow outfit.
Okay.
I guess maybe the company encouraged them to go out and support the race.
They are the major sponsors
for sure
for this year's for this year, last year as well.
Last year as
Yeah.
well, for sure. Yeah, you're
So
absolutely right.
Without their support, certainly this great race would have difficulty continue. So we really appreciate the support from the Petronas.
Yeah.
Tour de Langkawi.
Oh yes, and also seeing them, we've just basically in the town of Kerteh.
Kerteh,
yeah, Kerteh, where most of Petronas plant is, and in Terengganu.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the finishing of this year's edition is going to be in front of the KLCC, the Petronas
Twin Tower, yeah, for sure.
Twin Tower. So that's the
Stage 8.
iconic building. So if you never been to Malaysia, you probably have seen the Petronas Twin Tower, the tallest twin tower in the world. Not the tallest tower, but the tallest twin tower.
Oh yes, for sure.
Because there's two identical towers linking by a bridge, and it's sort of just a beautiful building to look at. It is magnificent, and especially in the evening. Actually, I prefer the evening view.
When the sun gets a little bit more, I guess, glary, and it just reflects the reflects the light from the Petronas Tower.
And talk about the twins. We know one of the twins of the Vina Kruov is working on the front, Alexander.
Yeah. Yes, Alexander. I believe it's Alexander. His pedaling stroke gives me the idea.
Really?
Yeah. Pedaling strokes. I believe it's Alexander.
Yeah. Well, I think Nicholas Alexander, who is the other twins, but he's in a good form, just finishing the Belgium. So I think he is definitely going to be the rider targeting for the general classification for tomorrow.
Just saw some visual of the rockets just hanging out in the back today's stage. Maybe they wanna go for tomorrow as well.
Save the rocket for tomorrow, right?
Save the rocket.
So they're gonna save the rocket for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And because that's a lot of teams, right? If you don't have a sprinter, a lead-out sprinter, leading sprinter, so there's no point to fight for the non-sprinting stages. You might as well save your rockets. And for the final, for the penultimate climb tomorrow, that's going to decide the general classification.
Oh yeah.
Here, talk about climb. We've seen a little climb. There's a lot of smaller hills. There's no big mountains in the state of. There's no big mountain in Terengganu. Yeah. But there are small hills, and they're full of. You can see they're full of greens and the trees. It's just wonderful. Yeah. If I get a chance to visit Malaysia, the tropical jungles of Malaysia are. It's actually very nice. I mean, I'm fortunate. I live close to a nature reserve, and then I go out there and do some hiking, and with my dog, and I think he's enjoying the nature as much as I did.
Yeah.
Just go out and there's a lot of monkeys. They make the funny noise when they're funny noise, telling each other, they're communicating, telling each other, like someone is coming.
Yeah.
So it's really fun. It's just literally like 10 minutes from the major bustling shops and restaurants. They're like like beautiful nature park of Mount Kiara.
Yes.
So it's wonderful. You see the morning people are hiking and running inside there. So it definitely is a nice place to live. I'm really fortunate and blessed to have that opportunity to live in Malaysia for so many years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, here's on the front. It looked like Alexander is taking a little bit break.
Yep, that's Anton Kuzmin.
Yeah,
again,
there we go.
Front.
There goes the engine.
The engine,
driving
the big diesel.
Yeah,
the big D.
He's definitely a good rider. But for himself, he's definitely a GC contender. Last year he did very well. He did very well last year in Tour de Langkawi. I think he's, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was in Tour de Langkawi last year. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Just saying here, we've got two Terengganu riders. Sharul Ma'amin from Malaysian National Cycling Team, former Terengganu Cycling Team rider as well. Harif Saleh. Just pedaling along, saving his legs for a sprint finish later on in Kemaman. All right, so yes, there's a viewer in our live commentary mentioned Speedy Gonzalez mentioned. I think Petronas also sponsor Mercedes Formula One team. Yes, that's true, absolutely. I think everyone that that loves motorsport, that loves Formula One, would have known that Petronas for sure is a one of the giants in the Formula One teams, obviously with the rider the likes of Lewis Hamilton back in the day. When obviously Lewis Hamilton was racing for the Mercedes Formula One team. Yeah, I mean they've been around. They've been like Petronas Sauber back then. You know, probably I don't know 10, 15 years ago. I think with the riders Nick Heidfeld and Felipe Massa back then. Driving for Petronas Sauber. Yeah, they've been very involved in the automotive development for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, Petronas certainly have been a major support of the Malaysian sports development. And it's, we see the time gap just drop down to 1 minute and 40. So we're getting to the pointy end of today's stage, and you see the XDS Dana. We're gonna start bringing the breakaway duo. It was a trail and now it's a duo back. I think the KOM points, you know, that's 15K to the top.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if the guys want to contest for the KOM points, and maybe Bogos or picking Posen out, want to bring that back a little bit earlier, just to so Patrick Eddy could try to get the KOM, trying to get a little buffer for the KOM points. Although that would be interesting to see if they do that, or they're gonna leave it for tomorrow, because tomorrow is gonna be another Category 1 climb. But before the Category 1 climb, there is also a Category 3 climb at the Raub.
Yeah, that's right.
So there are some points that to be collected. It'd be interesting to see who is gonna, if they're gonna fight it out for the 2 points. You know, Category 4 is only 2 points, but you know, every point counts.
Oh yes.
When you don't have the Genting Highland, so you know all these smaller climbs adds up eventually to the overall KOM classification.
Yes, for sure.
Here at the back of the race, one man who does not like climb is Harif Saleh.
Oh yes.
And 111 from the Terengganu cycling team. And he does, you know, it's still, we look at his Strava yesterday, he still climbed climb over TT Wangsa, probably at his personal best.
Oh yeah.
And in some other edition in 2018, and he would have won the KOM points at TT Wangsa. He certainly climbed faster than before, so well done. So he should be in a decent form, and I'm sure he really would like to have a chance to fight for the finish today at his home state of the Terengganu. At a home team, home state, it would have meant so much for today. And he's a very good bike handler. I mean, he talked about motorsport. He rides a motorcycle.
Right.
He races a motorcycle a bit as well. Although the team highly discourage him from racing motorsports, like motorcycle. It can be dangerous, but he's a very good rider. And here to talk about seafood. Here we go.
It's your favorite.
Yeah, it is. I love ikan bakar.
You like ikan bakar?
I love ikan bakar. That's it.
How do you translate it in English? The grilled fish?
Grilled fish. Yeah, grilled fish. There you go. You know, it's healthy. It's just fresh, and yeah.
I mean, it's like I believe like a Friday morning or something in Terengganu.
Yeah.
Well, before that, there's a school right there cheering for the. I mean, obviously Terengganu cycling team rider in front there, Iman Rossi, and there wouldn't have been the chant would have been so much louder for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. So I remember it was like if on a Friday morning, you can also like shops are closed in Terengganu, obviously because like the public holiday is the weekend in Terengganu is Friday and Saturday instead of Saturday and Sunday for obvious reason, because it's a more I guess almost over 90% Muslim in Terengganu, and they have to go to Friday prayer.
Right.
So they make Friday as their weekend, I suppose. So you go to Friday, so not any shops open. Like you know, your big shops don't open. Like you know, your hardware store or your supermarkets, you know, big supermarket chains or whatever, just not open after midday. But between that, from morning to midday, you have all these fresh seafoods that just caught from the ocean being sold at the roadside.
That's, I need to go for that.
Yeah.
I'm a
Friday
huge
morning.
seafood fan. So,
Friday morning.
Yeah, I said I can eat fish every day, so I would not get bored of that. So yeah, there you go. If you have a chance to visit Malaysia, Terengganu specifically, they're next to the ocean, plenty seafood, and plenty fishes around, fresh fishes
for
around.
sure.
So. And there you go. Alexander Kristoff is Alexander Vinny
Alexander as well. It's just slightly different.
A lot of Alexander. Yeah, he's on the front working. And the 7-Eleven riders are just lurking. And I think they probably, the moment the group get caught and they want to, there's a crash happening.
There is a crash. Oh dear. Must have been a touch of wheel.
It's just a little bit of lack of concentration, just as the rider just relaxing a bit.
Oh dear.
Is that Rembao?
Oh, he's affected. A rider from Burgos.
Oh no.
A few Iceland riders, 3 Iceland riders as well got involved. Kemaman riders. This Burgos rider doesn't look so good.
There was a touch of wheel. I think there was a touch of wheels, and oh boy. Let's hope everyone be okay and get it back to the group as soon as they can. It's a bit of a panic and chaos right now. We just saw, just what we were speaking, and sometimes when the race becomes so predictable and everybody is overly relaxed, and lack of concentration, just a moment of the lack of concentration can just touch of wheels and brought down at least looked like at least 7-8 riders.
It looks like a massive pile up as well. Let's see. We've got a replay of the crash just now. So we're waiting. There's a 1 minute and 20 seconds gap between the Peloton and also the breakaway with 37.8 kilometer. That's just about half an hour. There you go. Let's see what happened. What actually happens? All just in front there. We can't actually get a good visual what actually caused the crash, but I guess we both assuming that it was definitely a touch of wheels. That couldn't be under any other reasons.
There's a Kemaman rider involved. There's the KSPO with the Malaysian pro cycling team, and then yesterday's best ASEAN rider Rembao was also involved, brought down the Burgos rider.
Wow. Okay. So that Burgos rider seems is not feeling okay. He's having a bit of an issue. He's having a bit of a problem trying to raise his left hand just now on the live coverage. So hopefully he's okay. Nothing wrong with him. No broken bones or anything. But sometimes you don't know. Sometimes these fast crashes, you don't suffer anything, but then these low speed crashes,
it's we'll hope that I don't know if that's a boy tag. I hope that's not the
hopefully not.
case. He would have regretted that he decided to go back to the Peloton, and he just stayed ahead in the breakaway. But it looks like in a bit we couldn't see. But meanwhile, at the front, the duo is still working well, and I'm Rosalie. And so he's leading the charge. Sobat is working well with him, and from the Chengdu DYC cycling team. But the gap certainly has come down to a minute and 15, and 36K to go. So we're looking at maybe another 45 minutes of racing. 40.
All right, so this is the head of race, 1 hour and 1 minute and 15 seconds gap. So they are now in the third. There you go. I'm Rusty, just giving to the little kids bottle. Last one. I'm Rusty. Yeah, well done. Yeah, it's a good example. Inspired the. You never know. You've seen some. I think there was a story that went a bit viral where that little kid where Pogacar gave a bottle. Now it was like racing. So that was good. That was a good story to see.
Multiple cases.
Multiple cases for sure.
The riders, because they don't allow it's no longer allowed to just throw a bottle whenever you want. So you need to pass it over or throw it to a spectator. I remember being a spectator at Tour Langkawi, my first when I came here, and then watching Tour de Langkawi, and then it was at the hotels in Langkawi, and I saw the Stuart O'Grady.
Stuart O'Grady,
yeah,
wow.
From the Credit Agricole, and I think he finished training. He tossed a bottle in the trash can, and I go, oh no, that's not gonna go waste. And I went over to the trash can, picked up the bottle, and kept that for a very long time.
What team was that?
It was at Credit Agricole.
Okay.
Yeah, he was riding for Australian rider, another legendary sprinter, who was riding for the French team. Credit Agricole.
Yes. Yeah.
So there you go, and that's the bottles are. I mean, to a professional rider, they're just a bottle, but to a fan, to a spectator, that's a souvenir.
Yeah, it's a big deal for them.
It is, certainly is.
Like, it's a big deal for them.
Absolutely.
I mean, even if you were to buy them, it's pretty pricey as well.
Yeah, it's pretty pricey, but there's so much more special. You get it from a race. And
that's right. It was directly from the hand of the rider.
Exactly.
It's not from factory.
Yeah.
Sitting on the shelf, you buying them, right? It's completely different. It's a lot more special, although it may have some scratches and stuff.
Yeah.
But it has more value.
It's like part of the souvenir. It's like going to watch a baseball game and catching the fly ball or the home run ball, right?
Oh yes.
That can worth a lot of money. Here's the ball that's hit by who I'm not a huge baseball fan.
I'm not a baseball fan either.
If it's a World Series and the baseball home run, and that will become a major souvenir.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can eBay it off for like $10,000.
That's it. All right, so these two riders are working well together. Ayman Rossi and also Saval from Chengdu DYC cycling team. Working well together with a gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds with 34.1 kilometer. Just under half an hour to go until the end of the race, until they reach Kemaman. But before they reach Kemaman, they will have to go the only King of the Mountain points at 15.3 kilometers to finish at Kijal. It is category 4 climb, 50 meters of climbing. Not much, 2 points up for grabs in that particular point. I'm not sure if Patrick Eddy is going to be interested in that, Denny?
It'll be interesting. I think he's going to watch Sayambaya. And so he has a jersey, so he doesn't have to go onto the offensive.
Yeah.
And he just need to watch Sayambaya if Sayambaya is gonna jump from the Bogos team and trying to take the 2 points. Then I'm sure Patrick Eddy is gonna need to follow. Otherwise, he's gonna hand over the KOM jersey to Sayambaya. So I think he needs to be alert. He needs to watch where Sayambaya is. Meanwhile, the 7-Eleven team are 5 of them are all on the front.
Yeah.
Just behind Alexander Vinokurov. Apologize.
I'm confused, yeah.
I'm getting confused. There's too many Alexander here. And meanwhile, he's pacing nicely behind Anton Kuzmin.
Yeah.
So it is really important they keep the pace as steady as possible. Just as you can see here, even when they decide to increase the pace, they're not just jumping ahead. They're just like a slow twist of the throttle, and then just slowly bring them back. They're just talking right now, and they're just probably chatting and see what the gap and when they need to put on, if they're comfortable with the current gap, and then when do they need to shut it down.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was just saying this, a few riders from 7-Eleven drinking the Bubbles O2 drink, and I just had a look as well in the mineral ingredients. Yeah, I guess the mineral content in there. So it's they have some kalium, they have some calcium, they have some magnesium, they have some fluoride. Yeah. They have some bicarbonate, right? Yeah. So pretty mineral dense.
Here's a replay of the crash at the nearly on the back of Peloton. Yeah, that just brought down. Yeah, good number of riders. It's a pile up. Yeah, so we see Rembao there holding his elbow.
Doesn't look good. Rider 183, he doesn't look good as well. He's struggling to keep pedaling. So that is Hayato Tobaru. Yeah, he was in the breakaway, I believe, in stage 2. Hayato Tobaru was in the breakaway in stage 2.
But it looked like they probably all made it back already. we shall see if we get a time gap, if those the rider involved in the crash. It's always the last thing you want to see. These
yes, for sure. It's been so good so far.
Yeah.
You know, the race has been good so far. With the chaos of the first stage, the second stage, a third stage so far, nothing in particularly, causing any injury to the riders. But you mentioned when the races becomes a little bit more mundane, a bit more predictable, a little bit more, I guess, cruising, and also the factor of the heat and everything. People can lose, riders can lose concentration and touch a wheel. It's just having a bit,
Oh, we get a news 181 and
183. So 181 is Hayato Okamoto and also Hayato Tobaru. So we've got news from the ground that they're quite injured from the crash just now, not feeling very, very well. So let's see if they can finish the race and start tomorrow, or is it, hopefully, let's not wish for a DNF for anyone. But yeah, so just keep fighting. I guess the Japanese would say "ganbatte." Ganbatte.
Okay. At the front, there's no changes in the situation. Alexander Vinnicroft looked like still just setting the very steady, calm pace, calm before the storm, because we know in 30K, we will probably we will definitely see the riders be bumping shoulders and fighting for the lead out into the last one kilometer.
Yeah.
In the last 1 kilometer, just to.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang kepala rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Team. Obviously, he's been lurking, close, and also the Badiani VF Group Badiani also have sprinters that have finished on the podium at least.
Yeah,
Enrico.
Enrico Donatello.
Yeah,
and then obviously we can't rule out Total Energies. You know, they had a lead out train yesterday, contesting alongside Uno X, lining it up for Lorenzo Manzin.
Yeah.
Obviously they have lost their main sprinter Jason Tesson, but you know they always have a backup. Lorenzo Manzin is there for Total Energies, and then obviously we cannot discount. Discount Harif Saleh, obviously.
Yes,
he's hungry for a stage win.
And his teammate Hamdan.
Yes.
And of the Terengganu cycling team, that is Hamdan have finished 6th, just off the top 5.
Yeah.
So it's pretty close. So Harif Saleh is definitely still motivated to trying to get at least a podium, especially in their home state of Terengganu. And Harif Saleh is a triple stage winner of the Tour de Langkawi.
All right.
So time gap is down to 1 minute now as we are getting closer to the KOM points.
Yeah.
It's still 1 minute. So the Peloton looks like it's still well stretched over, fairly stretched over, but you can see we're definitely away from the coast. We're seeing we don't see the beaches, we see the mountain. And here's a peloton led by XDS Astana.
Oh yeah, so then it just over 10 kilometers to go until the King of the Mountain in Kinjal.
Kinjal, right.
Yeah, Danny.
Small hill.
Yeah, small hill.
Category 4.
About 50 meters. Danny, I think obviously we are here, obviously the main organizer for today, for the whole Tour de Langkawi ever since last year was none other than the, let's see, this Ministry of Youth and Sports, you know.
Okay, yeah.
So they took this on and then make sure that the Tour de Langkawi is continued to be held, and obviously on ground is supported and basically organized by National Sports Council of Malaysia, where I guess where our studio is at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So they've been a key for the succession of Tour de Langkawi for last year and this year, and obviously. This year, the whole organization have been good so far. The transfer from Langkawi to the mainland has been good so far. Obviously, slightly longer transfer after tomorrow's stage to Shah Alam. But other than that, you know, I believe the whole organization have been really good and have been really, really smooth sailing. And obviously, being the local Ministry of Sports and Youth, obviously the Petronas Tour de Langkawi is a very good platform to uplift the sports in Malaysia.
Absolutely. A lot of local cyclists are watching fans from Southeast Asia general, because this is for Southeast Asian. This is the biggest bike race where they can see fans can see their riders, their country riders, rubbing shoulders against some of the best in the world. So you don't get a chance to ride next to Alexander Kristoff.
Oh yeah,
very
for
often.
sure.
You know, it's so it's definitely an honor that for these smaller nations, riders with probably less experience, and to getting involved in the same race as these some of the cycling legend. Here we see a photo. Here's Christian. Yeah, so it's Christian Van Ries, who was involved in the crash. He definitely had a bit of a scratch on the elbow, but he's back. There's nothing broken, fortunately, so he's back to the peloton. That's good to know. Then I think Rambao, who was also under the St. George team, who was also involved in the crash, should be back in the peloton as well, because it didn't seem like they were on the edge of the crash, so it wasn't directly they were the victim of the other crash, I guess.
Yes, for sure. Victim of the main crash.
They
got the spillover.
Yeah,
much.
That's what it exactly looked like. It was a spillover effect. But hopefully they're happy to see that they're back to the peloton, and you know, they're obviously not going to contest for today's finish, and but just rest up, and because tomorrow there's still important stage to go.
Oh yes, and for sure. I would almost say the Queen stage, but this is Terengganu, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to pick one, I suppose.
Yeah. So it's good questions. Well, so, you know, for the viewers who don't understand what a Queen stage, maybe you can explain what is.
So
I
guess easily put, it's probably the toughest stage. Yeah, I guess right. I think for people to make it easy for people that are new to cycling to understand. So Queen stage normally, I don't know why they never call it King stage, but anyway, Queen stage it is. Everyone's been saying Queen stage for the longest time. So yeah, Queen stage. It's normally the toughest stage with the highest amount of elevation, or maybe the steepest climb, or the place where you can make the most time difference between your other competitor. Obviously, in the previous edition of Terengganu, last year we have Cameron Highland, we have Genting Highland the year before that. You know, Genting Highland will always be the Queen stage,
right?
Due to the hard nature of the stage,
the elevation, and also the steepness of the climb, the slope of the climb. Yeah, in Genting Highland, well, the climbs, I think some turns is averaging 15%.
Yes.
14,
it's brutal.
Yeah, it's brutal climb.
Yeah,
right?
it's a brutal climb.
Yeah, it's but you know, fortunately, Fraser is not as brutal. Looking at overall average slope, average gradients. But however, the finishing 8 kilometer. The last 8 kilometer, it does have some short and short rise. That is in well excess of 10%.
Oh
so,
yes,
you know,
yes.
you could it could be it's not Genting Highland by any means, but it's still difficult, right? Because some riders probably prefer a more gradual.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you can have a 10% climb, but it's a gradual climb that you can set your pace and you can keep your power. But if it's up and down undulating, it actually for some people may not like that.
Oh yes, yeah, no, for sure. And then some of the what do you call switchbacks in the Fraser, the last 8 kilometer from the gap to the Fraser Hill, or some will call it the Fraser Clock Tower, is that you can really rip people's leg there. There's some sections there where you can really launch an attack and an attack that will end all attacks. So yeah, that's definitely a good place. But then again, it's not too long and also not ridiculously long, I should say, compared to the likes of Genting Highland or even Cameron Highlands for that matter. So you might potentially see a small group at the top of the Fraser Hills contesting for the finish.
Okay. I just did a quick search while asking AI why, you know, cycling you call it Queen stage, and unlike King stage, right? So the Queen is, you know, the word Queen is metaphorically used similar to how chess uses queen as the most powerful piece in the game.
Oh yeah.
So in this context, who was looking at the rider at the end of.
Oh yeah. So it's Josh Burnett involved with the crash, so he's now out of the race. Unfortunately, he has to go out of the race.
Okay. So it looked like he was holding his collarbone potentially, right? So. Yeah, hope speedy recovery for him. Getting back to the question of queen, so obviously in the context of cycling, the queen stage means the hardest, the most challenging, and also the decisive part of the race. So that's why they call it queen, not king, because like in chess, queen, the queen piece is the most important. You don't go protect the king, you sacrifice the king for the queen.
Someone said in the commentary, because the queen controls the king. That's a good one.
That is true.
In a lot of sense. Thank you.
That is true.
Thank you, Muhammad Ibrahim Haji Azman. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. We talk about applying for visas, and typically the kings have to apply the visa from the queen. When you go out for a long ride on the weekend. Absolutely. So thank you for the information. Yes. So the king is controlled by the queen. So right now, we only see the kings on the roads. Who is going to be king of the sprint of today's stage? So we are looking at 1 minute. 1 minute 20 is the gap. The distance to the finish is 21 kilometers. So it is still very much the calm before the storm, because we know very soon the kings of this year's sprinters of this year's edition is going to show up and contest for the sprint finish. In the meantime, but before they contest for the sprint, the Team XDS Astana must bring back the two breakaway rider represented by Ayman Rosli of the Terengganu cycling team, and also Soba of Chengdu DYC cycling team. So this they got about 20K. It's still a little bit early to just ramping out the pace just yet. But the KOM points also going to come up in pretty much 5 kilometers. So will the Peloton speed up and try to fight for the intermediate sprint for the KOM points, and then shut down the break? Or is the Team XDS Dana waiting for the climb at the 15 kilometer to the finish before they bring back? Because the sooner, if you bring back the breakaway too soon, you're going to end up spurring more attacks. So they're being very intelligent, very smart, by just holding off the pace just a little bit, so that way the gap doesn't shut down too fast, and there's no any surprise. There's no teams without a sprinter trying to spur a surprise and spoil the sprinter's day in the stage 4 finishing in Kemaman.
Looks like there's a bit of a chat going on between Ayman Rosti and also Sobal. I wonder what's the plan. With 20 kilometers to go, 1 minute and 25 seconds gap. They're about 5 kilometers heading towards the King of the Mountain in Ginjal.
So typical rules in cycling is 1 minute for, you need a 10 kilometer for the Peloton to bring back a 1 minute gap of the breakaway. So right now we are 1 minute 25. However, these two riders, if they manage their effort throughout the race, they could spur an all-out effort into the last 10K and trying to stay ahead of the Peloton. This had happened. Sometimes even the biggest team, the most experienced team riders misjudge, miscalculate. We have seen numerous times where a breakaway group literally end up in the finishing straight with the Peloton just charging behind them, and they're able to win by literally bike lanes or 2 bike lanes. So, but it doesn't matter you win by a bike length or by a centimeter. Like yesterday, a win is a victory. So, meanwhile, so it will be nice to see if Ayman Rosli and Soba had a little bit of left in their tank and then maybe they're discussing how you're feeling. You know, do you think you want to give a push, and when should we go give a final push, trying to stay ahead of Peloton and win the stage? Because I'm sure Ayman Rosli would have loved to win a stage in their home state of Terengganu.
For someone like Ayman Rosli, he's very good at time trialing. You know, it's just 18.5 kilometers to go. It's not that long. It's probably like, for someone like Ayman Rosli, it's no more than 20-minute effort.
Yes.
You know, he can just probably go on, sit on threshold. Just go for it for another 18.4 kilometer for just under 20 kilometers to go. So with so now the gap is like 1 minute and 40 seconds. So grew a little bit. I believe they are actually pushing the pace a little bit in front here. So Baden also Rosli.
Very, very nicely done. So there, the gap suddenly jumped to 1 minute 40. So that actually gives them a fairly good chance of succeeding to the end. So although it would be a tall task, but I think if you're racing your home state, you're representing the Terengganu cycling team. You have the fans cheering you next on the road. And there's every bit of support and energy that's just you have left, and you basically you're gonna dump it all on the road. So it's no time to giving up just yet. And Soba, who has been he has not contested in any of the intermediate sprints, so he's been keeping his steady pace. So obviously Chengdu doesn't have a lead outright sprinter. A top sprinter here, so they also would like to get to the finish line and try to stay away from the charging Peloton. So how wonderful would that be if Ayman Rosli can take the victory in the home
now
state?
I'm getting a little bit nervous now. Thinking like how the tables would have turned. We would have expected it to end in a bunch sprint, and it would be so amazing to see these two go to the finishing line and battling it out, and the best of these two riders. Obviously, we will want local Terengganu rider to win a stage here. But yes, it's 1 minute and 40 seconds with 17.1 kilometer to go. It's not that long, Danny. Could the breakaway, can the guys pull it off and finishing it in a breakaway? Is the question we have to see a bit later.
Yeah, so we are all the cycling fan in Malaysia. I'm sure they're watching this and they're sitting on the edge of their seat and they're cheering on Ayman Rosli. Although I do have to make a correction. Ayman Rosli is not from the state of Terengganu. He's actually born, I think he's a Johorian.
Yeah, he's from Johor, which is the southernmost state in Peninsular Malaysia, which I believe we will go later in stage 7. Where it goes from Malacca to Medini. That's where, obviously he's not from Medini, but Medini is in Johor.
Johor, right. Yes. So, but however, most of the riders, Malaysian riders in the Terengganu cycling team are from Terengganu, but Ayman Rosli is not, but because his outstanding performance and just a great rider. So we bring him in, and to the team. There you go, back in the front of the race, and the two men are working very well together. And if they're still able to keep a 1 minute and 40, if they're able to keep a minute and 30 seconds into the final 10 kilometer, they have a very good chance of getting that. Here we're going 1K to the top of the summit, and I'm summit of the KOM, and I'm sure Ayman is not interested. They just want to keep the pace going. It's best for the two riders just to work together as far as they can, as long as they can, and literally if they're still having even a 10-second gap into the last 1K, then they can duke it out to see who is going to win the sprint.
Oh yes, for sure. The aim for these two is just to work together. Of course they're smart enough to know that both of them have no interest in the King of the Mountain points, and I believe with 15.3 kilometers to go, they are more interested in the stage win. But anyway, here's a category 4 climb with maybe just a few hundred meters to go. 200 meters to go. They're about to reach the the only King of the Mountains in this stage. And let's just see, you know, who crosses the lines first to get the maximum point. But then again, it's pretty much just rolling across the King of the Mountains summit for today. The key is to roll around together and see if they could get a stage win. The gap is still 1 minute and 40 seconds. 100 meters to go. 100 meters to go. Yes, like I said, you know, Ayman Rosli probably just get off the saddle just to stretch his legs a little bit as they're about to start their descent, finishing the stage into the town of Kemaman. Full arrow tucked there for Ayman Rosli to gain as much speed as possible going down the hill.
Yeah, and the peloton is just the start of the climb, 500 meters to go now. So they're roughly about a minute behind, a minute plus behind. So Ayman Rosli in the front is going to get a little bit of resting on the downhill. Although I think he should just trying to rotate, trying to rest up a bit, because he has a little bit of downhill to rest, but then it's going to be 10K to the finish. He needs to bury himself on a time trial mode together with Soba. We don't have a whole lot of information on the Chengdu DYC rider, but I certainly think that he is a rider with a good pedigree, and he should be able to help each other and to try to get to the finish line ahead of the peloton. Now it would be a major surprise to the sprinter team if the two are able to sustain the effort. But they are doing a very good job of staying ahead of the charging peloton. We can see that there is one line. So now here we see Team Tudor decide to say, okay, enough is enough. We need to shut this down. We need to bring this back for Alpha Decline to do a contest for the sprint.
Yes, and obviously Bardiani is interested to work as well with for the sprinters. Zanoncello, XDS is there as well. The gap has now decreased from 1 minute 40 seconds to 1 minute and 5 seconds. So yes, definitely the sprinters teams are not going to allow this to happen. They're not sprinting for third. They come here to sprint for the win.
Yes, absolutely. I think if they are sprinting for the third, that means the race is lost for them.
Oh yes, for sure.
And then so Alpha Decline, who wasn't part of the finishing sprint, so definitely they want to have the chance to get their victory to even out the stage wins. And meanwhile, we talked about earlier, VF Group Bardiani, the Enrico Zanoncello also had a pretty fast sprint.
Oh yes,
for
sure.
He's definitely been on the podium, so he's there. He's not far off. So meanwhile, we get a replay of the KOM. It's not even contested, so they just ride through. Ayman Rosli have a quick look on the back, to the back, just to make sure that he has the KOM points. Although it is not important, it does not affect the outcome of the overall KOM jerseys. It's not going to affect the outcome of the race. So just ride through and trying to get to the finish line ahead of the charging peloton, which it's where the two are working well together. 1 minute, 1:05 is the time gap, and 13 kilometers to go. They are almost done with the finished with the downhill part. So they needs to charge, trying to do the best they can, trying to stay ahead. The flat running it suits Ayman Rosli very well. Yes. He's definitely good in you can look at the physical physique. He's definitely good in the flat terrains. He much prefer this versus the Genting Highland or the Fraser Hill.
For sure.
This is his best chance trying to win. This is the best chance trying to actually win a race for him.
Oh yes.
He's a breakaway type of rider, and he certainly has shown his aggression throughout the race, and he wasn't very much involved in the first day's breakaway, and he took the best Asian rider jersey, and retained that throughout stage 2. and then passed over now the best Asian jersey to his teammate Vadim Pronsky. Vadim has been quiet because obviously he is gonna save his leg for tomorrow. He gotta try to defend his best Asian jersey in Fraser climb. So Iman Rossley, yeah, he's pushing on. He's not happy with the pace. He feels like nobody is not contributing enough, and this is his terrain, flat terrain.
All right.
He shot out like a rocket. Just how quickly he opened up 20 bike lane.
There you go. So with 11.8 kilometer, Danny, with 1 minute and 5 seconds gap, I think there is a possibility for Iman Rossley to pull it off, but we don't know. We obviously know that the sprinters teams on the main peloton are having a different idea. They want to come down to a sprint. We got all the sprint teams are already contributing in front. We have Badyani in front. Tudor Pro Cycling is also in front, contributing to the pace after XDS Astana have set it throughout earlier of the stage. 11.2 kilometer. This is getting nervous. This is getting exciting. We thought it's going to end in the sprint, but will it end the sprint is the question, considering how Iman Rossley in front there, going on full time trial mode, just locked in and focus on his own pace, going for the stage win in Kemaman. Danny, this is very, very, I don't know how to describe it. This is, you know, like obviously you wanted to see a good bunch sprint finish, but this is exciting for the local cycling scene, Danny.
I don't want to see a bunch finish. I want to see Iman Rossley taking the solo victory, and that would be a wonderful story. But I think the peloton is.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
With 8.1 kilometer, about 36 seconds. I don't know if this could be a thing for Iman Rossley going into Kemaman. The peloton is chasing in. It's coming in super, super closely. I don't know, 36 seconds. It could be make it or break it for Iman Rossley. Let's go. 7.8 kilometers. Is this going to happen, Denny?
I just see the commissar car pull off, and typically that's the last car between the breakaway and the charging peloton. So the chances of that is very low now and unlikely. But if I'm Rossley, I just all you can do right now is just putting maximum power onto the pedal and do not look back. And because every time you look back, you're gonna lose a couple watts there, right?
For sure.
For
100%.
so you just want to go, just keep your head down, just keep going, and just like what he's doing right now. So it's good that the road just took a bend, so he can get out of the sight of the charging pelotons just slightly. Just that moment, I mean, you're literally fighting for every second, every inch on the road. So just a slight hesitation within the peloton, that will give him the opportunity to try to get to the finishing line ahead of everyone and win the stage. And he would become the third Malaysian rider who ever won a stage in the Tour de Langkawi. You have Anwar Manan, Harif Saleh, and wouldn't that be a wonderful story? The third rider from Malaysia.
Oh, what a day to become a rider from Terengganu cycling team, riding in Terengganu solo breakaway with some gap to the main peloton with only 6.5 kilometer. You can do this, Ayman Rosli. Just keep going, push on the pedals, get low, get aero, punch it through, go all out. You got nothing to lose, Ayman Rosli, Terengganu cycling team. I'm sure the DS are super excited in the car, very nervous. Words of support means a lot for Ayman Rosli at this particular time. Dane, 6.2 kilometers. The peloton is super fast, coming in super close. Tudo X is lighting up the pace here alongside with Bardiani at the back, setting it up for his sprinter, Enrico Zanoncello. We're yet to see Uno X-Train. I'm sure they are just hanging out at the back. We are yet to see XDS. Matteo Malucelli is not inside, just hanging around at the back as well, saving his legs for the bunch sprint with 5.9 kilometers to go. Ayman Rosli, here's inside of him, Danny.
Yeah, this is getting a nail-biting finish for the Malaysian. I'm sure the Terengganu cycling team car must be screaming at his ears right now, trying to offer any words of encouragement. And at this point, and all the fans on the roadside trying to cheer him on. And it's not a game. A game is not over. So you got 22 seconds, 5.6 kilometer. It will be the hardest 5K in your life, and it's also going to be the most glorious 5 kilometer in your life if you ever pull this off by finishing today's stage with a victory for the Terengganu cycling team. Ayman Rosli.
Yeah, but it's not any stage racing, Denny. It is a PETRONAS Tour of Langkawi, a 2-point pro stage. What a victory! What a result for his Palmers. But unfortunately, we had a bit of a crash at the back here in the peloton. Again, I assume another touch of wheel where the road narrows down a little bit from 2-lane into 1-lane. Oh, look at that! Just on the left side of the peloton, a crash, and that involves a rider, two-rider, Aisan, and also Malaysia national cycling team. Sharul Matamin.
Yeah, we just talked about this race has been so far so good without many major crashes, and today is obviously we're seeing a very nervous peloton, and it's just 2 kilometer, 4.8 kilometer. Ayman Rosli, I just see him finally being swallowed by the charging peloton. But yeah, everyone is super nervous with a very tricky finish. But Ayman, great job. And that was certainly he will be the most. He will collect 200 euros today because he will be the most most combative rider. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But
something
well done.
for sure.
Absolutely. Well done. Well done by Ayman Rosli. It was a last man standing in the trail, and wish he could have made it to the finish, but we know the chances was very low.
Oh yes,
but
yes,
the peloton is getting a little bit small. I think there was some rider must cut out in the crash. We hope none of the major sprint contender are involved in that.
Yes. Well, I mean, we've got some information about which rider have got involved in the crash, but I believe we haven't got any information telling that either the clients are involved. With 4 kilometers to go, so yes, with 4 kilometers to go, we hope to see that the big sprinters, the favorites of today's race, are lining up. Obviously, Ayman Rosli have been swallowed by the raging Peloton driving the pace by the sprinters team. But Ivan Rossi is back in the peloton now. It is now back to the Harif Saleh for the local cyclists to get a stage win. So now we are 4 kilometer, just passing over the bridge, heading towards the 3rd kilometer, where we'll have quite a wide left sweeping here. They just passed the Chukai Bridge, Kemaman, so right sweeping at the moment, and then past the 3 kilometer mark. They will have another left sweep on this big main road, and then the tricky part is going to come just 1 kilometer before the sprint finish, where they have a little bit of a chicane, where the right sort of like doing a little bit of an S bend, and then a double right turn to finish off the sprint in Kemaman, Danny.
Who is going to take the charge? Who is going to take the control of the peloton, and when do you take the control of the peloton? You go too early, you're going to burn up your lead out man, and you're going to finish with nothing. And where is the race leader? Malucelli, and is he gonna wait for the last turn into the 400 meters? Here's the riders in the Bocos trying to go on a surprising attack.
Sanbaya, Danny. It looks like from his body gesture, maybe Sanbaya.
Yeah, maybe it is too hard to tell right now. And but definitely Bocos have a different idea, trying to spoil the sprinters party. There's 2.5 kilometers to go. Then can he make it to the finish line with the fresh legs?
Yes, Danny. Obviously, he was a former Terengganu cycling team rider. He knows this road. It's like the back of his hand. We've got a few organized here, a few organized lead outs here. We have the Bardiani on the right side of the road. Uno X has now made themselves visible in the train. We can see now it's getting very aggressive. 2.2 kilometer. It is not far. They're about to head into that chicane. Whoever trained lead out in front here need to make sure they enter the chicane controlling the best possible train line. We can see XDS Astana on the right side of the road. They've just passed 2 kilometer mark, Danny.
Yeah, well, Vini Fatini riders on the front right now, leading the XDS riders. And we're trying to see who are the riders trying to take the charge of the peloton. And Vini Fatini is leading the peloton with XDS, trying to close any gap. And XDS is certainly, Astana is in the perfect position, leading 1.5 kilometer. They're going to hit a chicane, then go left side, and then it's going to get to the double right turn. Yeah, we're trying to spot Maricelli. Where is he in the peloton?
Looks like he's just sitting nicely at the back there. The XDS Astana train is definitely overshadowing the Uno X train here. The Judo Pro cycling train definitely needs to move up. That's the first chicane. We see some riders got stuck in the corners. So XDS Astana here driving it. They have 2 more riders in front of Matteo Malucelli. They need to make sure the effort is enough with 1 kilometer to go. If they go too early, they're gonna blow. Matteo Malucelli is gonna lose your lead up.
And Uno X is in a perfect position leading out right now with the 800 meter. Who is gonna fight for the right corner. The right corner is gonna come up in just about 100 meters. And 100 meters is gonna get to the first right corner. And then there's gonna be another 200 meters to the last right corner.
Here's the visual with 300 meters to go, 600 meters here. They're about to reach this final corner. XDS Astana, is it still in front? No more. Uno X is just in front there. We can see Matteo Malucelli there. Alexander Christoph is present there. Lorenzo Manzini is there as well. That's it. After that, the Astana is lighting up the pace. Manuel Peñalves, the out decline, good box in. Lorenzo Manzini is back there. Alexander Christoph just behind there. Matteo Malucelli in front there. Manuel Peñalves, it is Matteo Malucelli getting the big W today in Kemaman. Quite a convincing manner where he has no other rider on his hip.
And I think the Uno X just came up really late up to the right side of Maricelli, but there's no question, no one is going to deny Maricelli. We predicted earlier today that this kind of finish actually suits Maricelli very well. Uno X did a really good job leading out. They waited to the last 1 kilometer, really put himself in a good position. But Malo just cannot be denied.
It cannot be denied, and obviously there it is. Arvid Klein congratulates Matteo Malucelli. It was a nervous sprint. It was a nervous ending, thinking if the breakaway could get away. Obviously, if it's 4 kilometers to go, Ayman Rossi got swallowed, and it was a nervous sprint. We don't know because obviously Tudor was a little bit too late. It wasn't. They didn't get organized quite early enough. Uno X got the train as well, but I think a few riders got in the way. So Christoph and Malucelli sort of battling it out, but I think Matteo Malucelli had the better line. He was in front. And there you go, the big win for Matteo Malucelli again in stage 4.
Yeah, and Baniani was involved. Poti was also involved.
Oh, yes.
Everyone was. It was pretty. It was a little bit messy at one point, and just we expected because of turn.
Yeah.
That's certainly going to disrupt the lead out, disrupt the positioning. But the winner, Marucelli, has not problem finishing off with another victory. 3 victory.
Yeah. Looks like Arrogant was the last man for Matteo Malucelli. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Doing the GC rider doing the lead out duty. And,
reminds me of the 2012 Tour de France. Bradley Wiggins on the yellow jersey leading out Mark Cavendish.
Yeah. Interesting. We get a glimpse of a decline pushing the bike around. I think he had a mechanical or a flat because he was pushing his bike.
Yeah.
You know, these bike riders, they much prefer riding their bike, but he was actually pushing his bike and now just standing next to the Baniani. Possibly Baniani got they definitely did a good job leading out their sprinter. Probably another podium finish for them. That would be a good result for them. But Matteo Marucelli, boy, he's just continue. I think he's chasing Andre Gardini, his compatriot, the Italian sprinter who had a very, very good record in the Tour de Langkawi. So he's definitely closing up, trying to chase his total victory here, number of victories. So well done by Matteo Malucelli and Malucelli, and nickname AKA Malu.
Yeah, Malu.
Malu is again not shy about winning, and he's certainly done that today in a convincing victory. I'm trying to see. Well, I think that's Brickla that came in very late on the right side, because I think Alexander Kristoff was kind of blocked off into the final 400 meters.
Yeah.
And
I think we're going to have an interview.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Matteo, just as you wished, it's a 3 out of 4 stage wins.
Yes, it's incredible. A lot of things change from last year. Also my head, because when you are in a big team, nobody puts you a pressure, but you feel that the victory is normal for the big team like Astana, like Sixties Astana. So okay, I feel good. I have a good legs. Team did a perfect job for me, believe in me, and I think that win 3 stages of 4 is incredible. So
was it the perfect scenario for you? 3 riders at the front, no more than 2 minutes lead?
Yes, we waited a faster start, but also the headwind changed a lot of changed the card in the game. So only 3 riders was in the breakaway, nobody of dangerous for the GC. So we tried to control the race with only 2 riders. We did it, and in the final also Bardiani and Tudor helped us to close the gap with to the last rider. And Gonov and the gate did a perfect lead out to me today.
Take us through the last 2 corners before the finish line. How did you make it?
We know that was important entering the last 2 corners in the front. Like always, I waited Uno X and Tudor, because you know that I like to do the sprint from back. But sometimes when you have already win 2 stages, you can try also something different. So I start from the front. I did 200 meters of sprint in the wind, and I think I won very good. I don't show my rivals.
Tomorrow, your last day in the leader's jersey. Is that how you see it?
Yes, for sure will be my last in leader jersey, but I hope the jersey change man, but non team. So I hope that Gate or Vino can take the jersey tomorrow.
Complimenti.
Grazie.
There you go, interview with today's stage winner. And we just got a quick shot of here's the replay of today's sprint. You have the XTS Astana that's leading out. Tudor is on the front leading out, and but I don't see Alvin Decline. And XTS, now Aaron Gate, I think that's Aaron Gate leading out the final final man for Maricelli. And then Peneve from the Poti Vizimalda is closely on the wheels of Malo. And then Uno X, I think that's Christoph just jumping out to the right side of the bunch. Taking the third position. So it looked like Peneve getting second, and it should be Christoph getting the third position, third finish. So that's your today's result, with Malu Celli taking the victory as we predicted. And here's Brickler. Yeah, so so we see that Christoph was blocked off, was very much blocked off on the left side of the bunch. So Brickler had to do the sprint fairly late, and I think that's why he's only getting the third position. Yeah, so unfortunately, and Zanocello got the number 4 for the finishing. And here is the overall time, no changes. This will be the last day, likely that for Maricelli to keep the leader jersey. However, he said, he may be a different man, but he's hoping for a same team keeping the jersey for tomorrow. And his teammate Aaron Gate and Nicholas Vinokurov obviously are the main target for the general classification.
So some quite significant changes in the sprint classification. So Malucelli, but most importantly, Ayman Rossi is now in the 7th, moving up from 10th position just now. No change.
No change in the KOM classification. Eddie Patrick Eddy is still keeping the polka dot Bubbles polka dot jersey ahead of Saim Baya. And then wondering if tomorrow is going to be the same man wearing the same jersey.
Yes,
or it's going to be
two categorized climb tomorrow.
And the white jersey, the best Asian rider, are still kept in the shoulders of the Terengganu cycling team, Vadim Pronsky. But he's the same time with the Thai rider, Tanakan. So will be a fight for that jersey as well. And then also Vadim obviously is also a GC contender.
Right.
So he's probably also thinking, just not just a white jersey, but also has an opportunity for the overall classification. Here's the aerial shot of the sprint. Is that?
Yes, looks like a very fast corner, although this replay, is they've slowed down the speed, but yeah, it was definitely, they took the corner easily, potentially 60 km/h, 55, 60 km/h, and then you see, oh yes, Alexander Christoph was blocked on the left side where he had nowhere to go. Sorry?
That's Alvin Decline.
Alvin Decline was blocked,
top,
my apologies, on the left side of the road. He had nowhere to go. Zanoncello was just in front of him. Unfortunate day for Alvin Decline.
Here's the Matteo celebration, picking up his XDS X-Lab bike. Doing his sponsor proud.
Yeah, for sure.
With the FS wheel, Vision wheel. That's really deep Vision wheels.
60,
60 mm. Wow.
Yeah, I think they only bring 60 for the race this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Same with the Rockets.
Okay.
Yeah, only 60. Yeah. So it's interesting to see how I mean, like nowadays, deeper wheels are a thing. Even considering yesterday's stage was not super steep, and Fraser's stage also not super steep, error is still a thing.
Right. And also these modern technology, even deep dish wheels are still fairly light.
Untuk menawan peringkat yang keempat daripada Kuala Terengganu sehingga ke Kemaman. Matteo Malucelli clear cut daripada angle mana pun sekali kalau kita tengok memang Malucelli berjaya untuk dia dikelaskan sebagai antara pelumba yang terbaik setakat ini dalam sangan Petronas Letuan di Langkawi 2025. Malang sekali kita tak dapat melihat pertembungan di antara Malucelli dan juga David Decline kerana dalam David Decline ketinggalan. Dia tidak berada dalam kelompok 10 pelumba yang berada di hadapan. Diberitakan juga dia mungkin menghadapi masalah kesihatan yang juga menjejaskan prestasi beliau. Tapi walau apa pun, sekarang ini tumpuan bukan lagi kepada David Decline, tapi mungkin kita nak tengok antara pelumba-pelumba daripada Uno Mobility ataupun rakan sepasukannya sendiri, Ringgit. Tapi Ringgit pun tidak ada dalam kelompok di hadapan itu tadi. Tapi itulah ceritanya. Dua insiden kemalangan yang berlaku. Dalam kemalangan pertama melibatkan 10 orang pelumba. Nanti kita akan kongsikan. Jadi bersama dengan saya, adik saya ni. Nak cakap apa lagi tentang Malucelli ni? Dia... Okey. Kita ada banyak talking point. Aiman Rosli kita nak cakap. Malucelli. Yang mana satu kita nak mula?
Mungkin boleh mula dengan Aiman Rosli dulu.
Silakan. Itu yang terbaik sebenarnya. Okey, silakan.
Okey, baik. Aiman Rosli hari ni. Akbar. Beliau mempamerkan kayuhan yang orang cakap
memang superb. Kalau Englishnya
superb B lah. Dan dia ditangkap di saat-saat akhir di last 4 km yang terakhir sebelum kita lihat ada satu kemenangan kecil. Jadi Aiman Rosli hari ini daripada awal lagi zoom penceritaan yang pertama dia membuat pemecahan dan dia mengungguli zoom penceritaan pertama di Marang, dan selepas tu kita lihat sekali lagi di zoom penceritaan yang kedua Aiman Rosli cuba untuk memberi saingan kepada pelumba daripada Bugos, iaitu Batas, dan itulah kita lihat Aiman Rosli berjaya berada di tempat yang kedua. Dan apa yang menarik juga ingin saya katakan tentang Aiman Rosli pada hari ini, beliau merupakan juara kebangsaan untuk kali pertama untuk acara lebuh raya ini, dan dia menggunakan kelebihan yang dia ada untuk peringkat yang keempat ni. Jadi kita lihat ketika sprint yang pertama di Marang, dia mengungguli 3 mata dan secara automatik mendapat 3 time extra bonus. Dan ketika ini kita lihat di zoom penceritaan yang kedua di Dungun, beliau ingin memberi saingan kepada Vortex, tapi Vortex terlebih dahulu melepasi zoom penceritaan yang kedua. Dan di sinilah kita lihat Aiman cuba memberi saingan kepada Vortex, tetapi sudah pasti Vortex mempunyai kelebihan tersendiri dan terus mengungguli di zoom penceritaan yang kedua. Di sini Aiman masih mengumpul poin yang tertinggi dan juga masa extra time bonus yang tertinggi juga. Dan selepas itu kita boleh lihat ketiga-tiga pelumba ini terus melakukan kayuhan yang konsisten menuju zon penceritaan yang ketiga di Parker. Dan selepas itu sekali lagi Aiman dia tahu Akbar, dia tahu macam mana dia ingin melepasi garisan penamat terlebih dahulu daripada Vortex. Dia terus membuat pecutan awal di last 500 meter terakhir, tapi gagal diikut oleh Vortex, dan di situlah kita lihat Aiman sekali lagi mengungguli zon pecutan yang ketiga. Dan apa yang menarik juga Akbar, sabar dulu biar saya cakap habis dulu. Apa yang menarik yang pasal Aiman Rosli ini, dia juga mengungguli zon pendakian di Kijal. Dan selepas itu kita boleh lihat dia terus bertukar time trial mode body dia, and then dia try letak pressure yang tinggi untuk memastikan dia memenangi peringkat pada hari ini. Tetapi sayang di last 4 km yang terakhir itu dia ditelan oleh Peloton.
Maknanya dalam keseluruhan perlumbaan pada hari ini Muhammad Nur Aiman Rosli, dia berada di depan dalam jarak 120 km.
Lebih daripada itu, Akbar. Saya rasa most daripada perlombaan hari ini 95%
dia di depan.
Dia di depan berbanding 5% yang dia berada di dalam peloton saja.
Okey, baik.
Aiman, saya pasti saya akan menggunakan kelebihan yang saya ada. Seperti Akbar sendiri tahu, Aiman merupakan 6 kali juara kebangsaan untuk acara ITT Time Trial. Jadi itu menjadi kelebihan untuk Aiman. Jadi jika saya berada di tempat Aiman tadi, saya akan pastikan saya memberi fokus 100% untuk memenangi peringkat dan tidak perlu melihat ke belakang Peloton, kerana kita tahu Peloton akan menangkap beliau pada bila-bila masa. Tetapi harus diingat, Aiman dia mempunyai kelebihan dia sendiri. Kemungkinan besar untuk peringkat-peringkat yang akan datang, jika diberi peluang seperti ini, dia kena harus fokus 100% untuk menangani peringkat.
Dia selayaknya untuk dinobat sebagai most kompetitif lah pada hari ini.
Sudah pasti.
Kalau kita tengok, bukan senang untuk bertahan di depan dalam jarak, kalau lebih 120, mungkin 130 km dia sentiasa berada di depan. Dan sebenarnya kita kalau boleh, kita sebenarnya kalau nak mengharapkan untuk dia terus berada di depan. Kalau dia menang stage hari ini tanpa dihampiri oleh peloton, memang itu satu pencapaian yang sangat luar biasa lah.
Betul, Kepala. Dan sudah pasti dia merupakan pelomba ketiga yang berjaya memenangi peringkat selain Anwar Manan dan juga Harif Saleh.
Okey, baiklah. Nama pun dah keluar lagi. Muhammad Aiman akan dinobat sebagai most competitive rider. Baik, kita ada temu bal bersama dengan pemenang tempat yang kedua, pelumba daripada tim Polti Visit Malta, Manuel Penalve. Jadi jom kita saksikan.
Well, do you take this second place as a good result?
Yes, today is second place. Wayne Malucelli is very fast. It's impossible today win, and the second place today is very happy. My team, very beautiful work and very feeling.
The difference between Malucelli and you, is it between the World Tour and the pro teams?
No, the difference is a very fast difference.
But you are very fast too. You have been looking for a stage win at the Tour de Langkawi already before. Are you thinking that you are getting close?
Yeah. The day is my feeling is very good. Today is the day of recovery, and the 6 race is another opportunity.
3 more stages to make it finally a win for a Spanish rider.
Yeah. Today in the today tour is a win.
Manuel Penalve tidak dapat untuk menyaingi Matteo Malucelli untuk dia berada di posisi yang kedua untuk peringkat yang keempat. Okey. Insiden kemalangan yang berlaku hari usai ini melibatkan sekurang-kurangnya 10 pelumba, antaranya Sen Rebau, Josh Burnett, Park Tae-jun, Hayato Okamoto, Kim Ji-wong, Christian Van Ries dari tim Picnic Post NL. Jadi kita lihat dulu visual ini. Mungkin kita tak nampak macam mana ia berlaku, tetapi ia agak-agak menyakitkan kena jatuh di bawah terik mentari. Ada pelumba yang dah awal-awal lagi dah berehat kat bawah pokok tu. Okey. Baik adik. Mungkin kalau kita nak kongsikan bagaimana ia berlaku, kita tak nampak. Tapi kemungkinannya berpunca daripada apa sebenarnya?
Baik, jika kita lihat di sini, kemungkinan besar puncanya berlaku daripada pergeseran tayar antara pelumba-pelumba daripada pasukan Jepun. Kerana kita lihat mereka berada di kedudukan satu baris yang panjang. Ketika itu mungkin pelumba daripada pasukan Aisan ini tidak dapat memberi fokus semasa kayuh, dan di situlah kita akan lihat ada pelanggaran tayar antara pelumba daripada Aisan itu dan menyebabkan kemalangan berlaku. Dan di sini kita boleh lihat yang paling teruk sekali ada pelumba daripada pasukan Burgos, iaitu Josh Burnett. Dia tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan pada hari ini, terus terkeluar dan tersingkir daripada perlombaan kerana kemungkinan besar, apa yang saya lihat di sini, kemungkinan besar dia ada mungkin ada problem dengan dia punya collarbone.
Collarbone?
Ya, biasanya untuk pelumba lebuh raya ni risikonya apabila jatuh adalah broken collarbone.
Okey, tapi ada contohnya seperti pelumba daripada tim piknik Post NL, Christian Van Ries, dia dapat meneruskan pelumbanya. Mereka ni ada basikal spare yang akan dibekalkan oleh pasukan, tapi mereka dapat mengejar mungkin adik boleh explain pada penonton sebab peloton dah lepas, tapi dia dapat join peloton. Jadi daripada lokasi dia jatuh tu, tukar basikal, mungkin ada bantuan yang membawa dia untuk menyertai peloton.
Sudah pasti Akbar, di situlah peranan tim director ataupun tim manager yang berada di dalam tingkar pasukan yang mana terbabit di dalam kemalangan itu untuk memastikan pelumba mereka yang mengalami kemalangan terus berada di dalam tingkar belakang, bukan berada di dalam kenderaan Akbar, di belakang kenderaan. Dan terus set pace control untuk memastikan pelumba tersebut kembali ke dalam peloton. Jadi mereka harus bekerja mengejar balik peloton walaupun dalam keadaan pace yang tinggi ketika itu. Dan ya, kita boleh lihat pelumba daripada Aisan dan juga pelumba daripada pasukan tim piknik ini kembali ke dalam peloton seperti last 20 km terakhir tadi.
Baik, Nur Aiman Rosli, pelumba yang memang hari ini menarik perhatian kita apabila dia berada di hadapan dalam jarak 120 km dia mendahului sebelum ditangkap oleh peloton akhirnya. Jadi kita dengarkan temu bual bersama dengan Nur Aiman Rosli.
Most combative rider today, you deserve it because all day in the front and you try to win solo. Tell us about your stage.
Yeah, last day tomorrow. Today I plan memang untuk melakukan breakaway. So memang job hari ni daripada tactical. So panas cuaca hari ni. So okay lah, lagi sikit lagi nak sampai. So tak ada apa lah. Ready for tomorrow.
A little bit in English. How did you work out the intermediate sprint and the King of the Mountain?
Yeah, my plan today memang always to take the intermediate sprint and comp because today my plan the director sportive say to me when the want to take bonus point and intermediate and comp. So last 10 kilo I need to pull gas and then no win today.
Last 10 kilos, sometimes you were looking back. Were you looking if the bunch was coming back? Were you not well informed?
I looking back, the peloton is coming for me, then I go back.
Were you super motivated today because it was the Terengganu stage, the stage of your team?
Yeah, I always motivate myself because it's my hometown stage, like Terengganu stage, because many fans here, so I need to do something.
Did you feel the people cheering for you?
Yeah, I feel that, but very feel. So thank you, Terengganu.
And you have to do it again?
Yeah, I'm happy, always happy.
Tomorrow, a different stage for climbers. Who will be your leader?
I think Vadim is good leader, and Matthias and Anne is good. All three guys very good leader.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Oh, itu dia. Baik lah. Tapi sepanjang pelumbang kita dapat lihat bagaimana cara, ni saja nak beritahu kan, cara Aiman Rosli tu baling botol. Kita tengok rider-rider baling botol pada penonton. Dia pergi ke tepi, dia hulur macam tu botol. Oh, cara dia tu memang memang behave memang sangat dihormati lah. Okey. Baik, satu-satunya pelumba Malaysia yang berjaya menamatkan perlumbaan dalam kelompok 10 terbaik ialah Muhammad Izzat Hilmi Abdul Halil, NPC.
Okey, Izzat Halil bukan pelumba yang calang-calang. Sebelum ni dia pernah hampir berada di dalam podium 3 terbaik pada edisi yang lepas. Jadi Izzat Halil ataupun dikenali sebagai Ijat daripada pasukan NPC, beliau menggunakan kelebihan beliau sendiri dan kita lihat dia memang konsisten di peringkat pertama, kedua dan juga keempat hari ini. Apabila habis dalam band sprint, dia berada di kedudukan 10 terbaik. Ini menunjukkan beliau merupakan sprinter yang konsisten, yang kita boleh lihat kemungkinan besar ada masa, mungkin ada 3 peringkat lagi saya rasa, mungkin habis dalam band sprint dia akan cuba pakai pengalaman yang dia ada dan juga kekuatan yang dia ada untuk menghenjut sehabis rank untuk memenangi peringkat ataupun menduduki tempat yang ketiga terbaik untuk peringkat Akbar.
Okey, baik. Kita sebenarnya hari ini mengharapkan saya sebut di awal tadi kita mengharapkan pertemuan Malucelli, Arvid Decline, Alexander Kristoff, Aaron Gate. Tapi itu tak berlaku, Rik. Sebenarnya secara personalnya apa jadi sebenarnya dengan especially lah Arvid Decline dan juga Alexander Kristoff. Kalau tengokkan dalam top 10 dia tak ada nama dekat situ. Decline nombor 8, Aaron Gate nombor 9.
Okey, apa yang kita lihat peringkat keempat hari ini, seperti biasa Matteo Malucelli mempunyai dia punya motivation yang luar biasa, dan hari ini juga kita lihat pasukan daripada ISGS Asana ini, dia memastikan lead up beliau iaitu Aaron Gate memastikan Matteo Malucelli di last 100 meter yang terakhir ini berada di posisi yang terbaik sebelum Matteo Malucelli memenangi peringkat. Dan kita lihat di sini juga Akbar, pelumba daripada pasukan Polti dan juga Uno X berada di kedudukan yang kedua dan ketiga.
Okey, baiklah. Kita nak ke Kemaman sekali lagi kerana upacara penyampaian hadiah sedang berlangsung pada ketika ini. Kita kembali semula bersama dengan Izwan Muhammad Noor. Silakan.
From Spain, Polti visit Malta, Penave, who got this is his best finish in this year's race. Second, the last year was also second, and so he's happy that he is able to get the stage, at least podium finish. Although, so if he win the stage, he will be the first Spanish.
Yes, no Spanish have ever won Terengganu stages just yet.
Surprising.
For the whole 29 years, for the whole 29th edition that this race has been held. So here is a visual of the winner of today's stage.
We do know Italian has won many stages in this great race.
For some reason, Italian loves to come to Langkawi.
I just must be the hot weather. They must love the hot and humid weather of Malaysia. And they certainly have done great. And Malucelli is carrying the tradition of the victory, Italian victory. And stepping on the top of the podium. Very. Here's the sports minister of the Terengganu state.
There you go. Sports minister. It's good that Terengganu sports minister is supportive of the sport of cycling, and it's also good that the National Sports Council is in supportive of such a big event for cycling, like PETRONAS Liter de Langkawi.
Yeah, absolutely. So this event, great event, would not be able to happen without the support of the Malaysian government and also the state government of Terengganu.
All right, next classification.
Dengan itu, majlis ingin mempersilakan yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Zain Yusof, pengarah bahagian atlet Majlis Sukan Negara bagi menjemput dan mengiringi, yang berusaha Puan Peli, timbalan kedua pengarah pengurusan Majlis Sukan Negara untuk naik ke pentas.
Here's the most competitive rider. You want to take a guess who that is?
I'm gonna guess. I think we all know.
I think it is.
Start with an A. Yeah, there you go. Ayman Rosli. What a day for him. Although, I rolled the dice, it didn't happen, but that's part of bike racing. So here it is, Ayman Rosli, most combative rider, out in the win for pretty much the whole race. Dropped Sobal going for a solo attempt for a stage finish. He was caught by a raging Peloton 4 kilometers before the finish. And today was a stage to remember for Ayman Rosli, despite only a combative rider award.
Yeah, and the warrior of the day. Certainly did his team proud and did the state proud by striking out on a solo attack and most competitive rider prize. Well done, Ayman Rosley. Well deserved.
All right, Ayman Rosley.
The next should be ASEAN.
Oh yes,
ASEAN rider. So we should see Malaysia Pro Cycling Team.
Oh yes, Izzat Hilmi from Malaysia Pro Cycling.
Bagi penjemput dan mengiring yang berusaha Tuan Haji Nur Azman Abu Samad, wakil PKPN.
Terima kasih PKPN. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, kita terus saja menjemput seorang rider daripada Malaysia, iaitu Muhammad Izzat Hilmi Abdul Halil dari Malaysia Pro Cycling Team.
There it is. First podium for Malaysia Pro Cycling. Izzat Hilmi, best ASEAN or Southeast Asia rider.
Well done, Izzat.
Thanks, Denny.
Oh. Different Izzat.
Different.
There you go. Yeah, that is first podium for the second Malaysian continental team, taking the Malaysian Pro Cycling Team. Halas, yeah, Halas is also one of their major sponsors. Yeah. That's a local bike shop.
It is a local bike shop based in Malacca.
Okay.
Yeah, where I think stage 7 will start in.
Okay.
Yeah, stage 7 will start in Malacca.
All right.
Yes. I guess that would be the hometown of quote-unquote main sponsor of Malaysia Pro Cycling.
Okay. All right.
All right, so that's next, I guess, best Asian rider classification by Rakan Muda.
And that is also another Terengganu cycling team rider, Vadim Prosky.
Without further delay, let's invite this rider again, receiving the white jersey.
So the question is going to be, will Vadim be able to keep that jersey for tomorrow?
Yep.
Obviously, he's from Kazakhstan. So for those, Kazakhstan is one of the countries within Asia. But however, Nicholas Vinokurov on the Astana XDS Astana team is also from Kazakhstan. So the two compatriots will be battling out. And Vadim used to ride for Astana team, World Tour team, for many years. So it's almost like the ex-rider now is going to fight with the current rider.
Yeah.
And he's going to fight with the boss son, ex-boss son, Vinokurov's son.
So those of you that are wondering, what is Rakan Muda? So it's basically a Malaysian government youth development program under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Basically, they do activities to unite young people from diverse backgrounds. Obviously, Malaysia is quite multicultural, but offering activities focused on self-reliance, entrepreneurship, fitness, arts, culture, and community engagement. All right, so that's the best Asian rider. Vadim Pronsky from Terengganu cycling team.
Next one should be the KOM jersey presentation.
There you go, Bubbles 02.
Bubbles 02. And that's Patrick Eddy.
That's it,
from
Patrick
the Picnic
Eddy.
Post NL. He didn't have to do too much today. So if he wants to keep the jersey, he got to be active, and he's hoping he has good climbing legs for tomorrow. I don't think he considered himself a climber. He was kind of surprised he took the KOM jersey. Yeah,
that's right.
It's not something that he normally targets.
Yep.
But you know, it will be a new day tomorrow. Sometimes, you know, it's you find yourself in a situation that you take the KOM jersey.
Yep.
And even though you're not a pure climber, but this year's edition, there's no super steep climbs.
Yep.
So that just means it actually opens opportunity for everyone. Yep. So Eddie here putting up the Bubble 02. KOM jersey.
Yeah, so for tomorrow's the King of the Mountain, obviously the first King of the Mountain of the stage will be a Category 3 climb in Raub, and then the finish line, which also happens to be the King of the Mountain points up the top.
Yeah.
Category 1 climb at the top of Fraser's Hill.
Yeah, we'll talk about more about Fraser Hill tomorrow, but you know, if you haven't visited Malaysia, Fraser Hill is certainly a beautiful, it's like a retreat.
Yes.
It's retreat, and it's just literally like an hour and a half or drive from Kuala Lumpur, so it's from the major city. Then you are getting to some beautiful jungles and the here's your idol, Mike Russia.
Ketua Akauntan Bahagian Akaun Kementerian Penasukan bagi berjemput dan mengiringi yang berusaha Encik Amir Hamzah bin Awang Ghazali. Setiausaha bahagian pembangunan Kementerian.
Here's the Marcelli explaining the sprint to Mark Russia to his DS.
Kehebatan pelumba daripada pasukan XDS Astana ini dipersilakan Matteo Malucelli.
So here's Matteo Malucelli, the leader in the points classification. KBS orange jersey. Representing KBS is a short for Ministry of Sports and Youth. Or Ministry of Youth and Sports, actually, if you directly translate it. Youth comes first.
Yeah, and the MSN, the Malaysia Sports Council.
That's right, yeah, Malaysia Sports Council.
XDS Astana. Orange jersey. He has been holding that orange jersey since day one. So tomorrow he should be able to keep that same jersey. Although we shall see. He won't be contesting for the finish. Shouldn't be contesting for the finish sprint. It will be a mountaintop finish. And he will go down and for a quick change and be back on the stage for the final leader jersey presentation.
Yes, there it is, the PETRONAS green jersey for the general classification.
General Manager Strategic Communication PETRONAS untuk naik ke pentas. Dipersilakan.
Sekali lagi kita ucapkan ribuan dan jutaan terima kasih to PETRONAS. Thank you so much PETRONAS for another
And the PETRONAS
for PETRONAS untuk Langkawi 2025.
green jersey, the overall leader jersey, and it will be presented again to Team XDS Astana.
All right. You know, you had to do that for the last 3 stages.
Absolutely.
Know? Get up and come back down again, and then get up again for another jersey.
But not tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow, today will be the last day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're expecting that his teammate Aaron Gate and Nicholas Vintercroft will be fighting out and trying to take that jersey from their teammate's shoulder. Not intentionally fighting with Marcelli, but with other riders in order to keep the jersey within the same team.
Yep.
So tomorrow, shall we, at the ending, we will see the same team back on the final leader jersey presentation, or we will see a different rider from a different team wearing that leader's PETRONAS green jersey.
Oh yes, there's going to be definitely a big, I guess, ambition for tomorrow. And then obviously Uno X, Erlen Blikra mentioned that tomorrow's stage is what they are aiming for.
Yep.
With their teammate, yes, Anders Hallen Johansson, which is, I guess, like I mentioned just now, the Queen stage for this year's Tour Langkawi, riding from Temerloh up to Fraser. So this is probably not your conventional, for those of you that are familiar with the route. They're not coming from the Kuala Kubu Baru like they did last year. Rather, they're coming in from Pahang side, which is Raub. A slightly more, I believe, a difficult climb. What do you
Slightly.
think? Slightly. Very slightly more difficult.
slightly.
But you almost can't tell it apart.
I think, so here's a preview of tomorrow. Terminal start.
Yep, first sprint point in Mentakap, 15.3 kilometer, and then back-to-back Bukit Damar, 34.7 kilometer, and then slightly longer from the second sprint is Mempaga, 54.8 kilometer, and then they're going up to Raub for the first King of the Mountain points.
And then they keep going up to Fraser Hill, 100 finishing at 123k. And with about 1,400 meter of elevation gains.
Yeah, slightly less compared to yesterday's.
Yeah, slightly less in accumulation. And here we are wrapping up. Here's the final profile, and we shall see who is going to be the leader of tomorrow. And for now, we hope you enjoy the race. And
peringkat paling sukar akan menanti para pelumba di peringkat yang kelima apabila penamatnya adalah zon pendakian kategori 4 iaitu di puncak kedinginan di Fraser Hill. Okey. Tadi kita tak banyak cakap pasal Malucheli kita cerita pasal Iman Rosli, cerita pasal kemalangan, pasal Erengate, pasal Avid Decline. Dikatakan Erengate ni sebenarnya nak mencabar Malucheli tapi setakat ni kalau kita tengok macam tak ada cabaran, sebab kalau kita tengok secara keseluruhannya Erengate masih lagi 16 saat untuk keseluruhan, berkongsi jarak masa dengan Alan Blikra di belakang Malucheli. Jadi apakah esok akan berlaku pertukaran itu ataupun Malucheli akan terus kekal berada menyarung jersey hijau Petronas keseluruhan, adik? Okey,
Jika kita lihat pada temu bual tadi selepas perlombaan, Matteo Malucheli mengatakan hari ini merupakan hari terakhir beliau menyarung jersey hijau. Esok sudah pasti akan bertukar tangan.
Dan itu perancangan tim lah tu?
Ya, betul. Sudah pasti Erengate akan diberi laluan kepada oleh Matteo Malucheli. Jadi apa yang saya lihat di sini, Matteo Malucheli dia menggunakan kelebihan yang dia ada. 3 peringkat dia menang hari ni, setakat hari ni Akbar, dan saya pasti akan lebih banyak lagi peringkat yang akan dimenangi oleh Matteo Malucheli, kerana harus diingat stage ke-6, ke-7 dan ke-8 kemungkinan besar perlombaan ini akan habis dalam keadaan bound sprint. Jadi di 3 peringkat yang terakhir nanti.
Selepas Fraser Hill ni lah.
Selepas Fraser Hill. Jadi kita akan lihat kemunculan Malucheli sekali lagi untuk memenangi peringkat dalam masa sama. Mereka akan cuba untuk protect Erengate untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan, jersey tajam Petronas, jersey hijau.
Okey, tadi kita dah bicarakan mengenai Avid Decline, tapi tak habis lagi. Cerita Avid Decline, dia ada maklumat mengatakan dia mengalami diarrhea. Dan kemudiannya Alexander Kristoff, seorang lagi pelumba Uno X Mobility, Alan Blikra. Okey, dia sekarang ketinggalan 16 saat di belakang Malucheli. Jadi saya rasa dia mampu jadi pengacau kepada Erengate. Setuju?
Tak setuju. Sebab Alan Blikra merupakan pelumba pecut, bukan pelumba pendaki. Jadi berbanding Erengate mempunyai kelebihan di pendakian. Jadi esok sudah pasti macam Alan Blikra, Matteo Malucheli, Alexander Kristoff, Avid Decline, esok seperti peringkat day off untuk mereka. Dia cuma harus menghabiskan perlombaan saja, kerana harus diingat esok perlombaan habis di Fraser Hill. Jadi bukan seperti stage yang semalam habis di laluan landai. Semalam, esok
ni habis bukit.
Habis bukit. Cuma esok ada 2 zon pendakian, iaitu zon kategori 3 dan juga kategori 1.
1. Okey, baik. Maknanya besok ni akan jadi turning point lah untuk perubahan pendahulu GC General Classification. Tapi apakah itu akan berlaku, sama-sama kita nantikan. Dan sekarang kita ikuti temu bual bersama dengan pelumba pasukan Uno X Mobility yang menduduki tempat yang ketiga di stage yang keempat, iaitu Alan Blikra.
Alan, sure we understand that today Uno X has ridden for you to win, not for Alexander Kristoff to take the 99th victory.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a really easy stage. So Alex prefers when it's a bit hard and other guys are fatigued. So we thought I would be the best car today.
Was it an easier stage because of the headwind? People would think headwind makes it harder, but staying in the wheels makes it easier.
Yeah, it was really easy. So it was quite difficult actually in the end to adjust to the suddenly high speed from the very easy. But yeah.
What has been missing in the last straight line?
Well, the other days I think we have been a bit too early with our train. I think yesterday we nailed it pretty good. Today we did the opposite. We never came to the front, so both me and Alexander had a long way to the top after the last corner. So that's a bit of a shame.
Tomorrow another race, and it will be time for the GC riders of your team to take over.
Yes, suddenly, yeah, a rest day for the sprinters, so that's nice. We really believe in Anders Johannessen will do a good stage tomorrow, so that's really the most important stage of the whole tour.
Baik, itulah Alan Bikra, antara pelumba yang juga mencabar kedudukan Matteo Malucelli untuk kedudukan keseluruhan bagi perlumbaan PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Nak tunggu apa? Esok. Wah. Esok ni debaran untuk para pelumba. Kerana pakar pecut akan rehat off day, pakar pendaki besok akan mengambil alih. Jadi adik silakan untuk peringkat yang kelima temeluh ke Brazil 123.1 km.
Baik, esok merupakan peringkat yang menentukan GC contender ni, antaranya Aerogate dan juga kita melihat pelumba daripada pasukan Porti Komita juga harus diberi perhatian kerana mereka menghantar pelumba-pelumba pendaki yang terbaik. Dan kita boleh lihat esok ada 3 zon pendakian. Ada 3 zon pecutan dan juga ada 2 zon pendakian di Raut dan juga di Frazil, kategori 3 dan juga kategori 1. Di sinilah kita akan lihat esok antaranya Akbar
Patrick
Eddie Patrick ya, sudah pasti dia akan memastikan zon pendakian akan dia melepasi dahulu dan terus mengekalkan jersey polkadot yang dimenangi oleh beliau. Tapi harus diingat juga Akbar, kemungkinan besar apa yang saya lihat untuk jersey polkadot ni dia masih terbuka untuk sesiapa memenangi. Tidak semestinya event Eddie Patrick ini mengumpul 15 mata kerana esok juga menawarkan lebih kurang 15 mata untuk zon pendakian ketiga dan juga zon pendakian pertama.
Betul. Besok juga menawarkan 3 zon pecutan. Jadi di situ juga saya mungkin dapat agak lah. Besok 3 zon pecutan dan zon pendakian ni akan dikuasai oleh Ringgit.
Mungkin Akbar, tapi kita harus lihat untuk perlombaan esok adalah perlombaan kedua paling terdekat besok.
1, 2, 3
Ya, betul. And then dalam masa sama dia punya pendakian tu, kalau ikutkan saya pernah melalui pendakian tu, dia begitu quite tough. Betul. Dan sudah pasti untuk pakar-pakar pecut ni saya rasa
nak ke puncak
mungkin sukar, tetapi Ringgit seperti yang kita bincang pada awal lagi Akbar, Ringgit ni memang GC contender, maknanya GC rider. Dia berkemungkinan besar ada peluang untuk memenangi juara keseluruhan untuk edisi kali ini.
Semalam dia menyelah, hari ni dia hilang. Esok dia tahu dah besok hari dia untuk Ringgit. Tapi saya haraplah Aiman Rosli akan dapat berada dalam kelompok 3-4 pelumba yang akan merebut zon pecutan yang ditawarkan esok. Okey, esok kepada anda jangan lupa untuk bersama-sama dengan kami bagi menyaksikan peringkat yang kelima PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025 yang akan kami bawakan pada jam yang sama. Kami akan bersiar langsung pada jam 10.30 dan pelumba akan lepaskan pada jam 11 pagi di Astro Arena 2 dan Astro Sports Plus. Begitu juga dengan channel YouTube dan juga Facebook MSN dan juga PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi untuk peringkat yang kelima. Dari Temelloh ke Brazil sejauh 123.1 km. Siapakah yang akan mengungguli perlombaan esok? Esok adalah merupakan turning point pertukaran jersey PETRONAS, jersey hijau pendahulu. Apakah itu akan berlaku? Masih lagi rahsia dan kita akan tunggu esok. Terima kasih hadir Usaini.
Sama-sama.
Esok kita sambung boh. Beres. Terengganu dah lah. Esok peher. Okey, baik. Terima kasih juga kepada anda yang bersama dengan kami sejak hari yang pertama sampai ke hari ini dan yang bersama kami sejak pagi tadi jam 10.30 sampai saat ini 3.22 petang. Kita jumpa lagi esok pada waktu yang sama untuk peringkat yang kelima PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Beat the Hit bersama kami. Assalamualaikum. Jumpa lagi.
Good boxing, Lorenzo Manzi in his back there. Alexander Christoph just behind there. Matteo Malucelli in front there. Manuel Peleva second. It is Matteo Malucelli.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint,
Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water.
rising beyond boundaries.
Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di PETRONAS guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.